all these new subs reminded me. I mean, they're not new as in, again, YouTube's delayed. So, like people sub when I'm not streaming, and then when I start streaming, the subs, like catch up finally. Reminded me, guys, we're almost. Minar keeps If I was content maxing, I would already have beaten Minar in subs. But I've been like I didn't stream all the last 3 days. Although I did have videos scheduled and stuff. But we are closely beating Minar in subs. I need 10 more. I've needed 10 more for a while now because he keeps getting each time I meet him. Like right now he's at 1.12. I was at 1 point, he was at 1.11, and I was at 1.1 or 1.09 or whatever. Or no, just 1.1. And I just needed 10 subs. But by the time I got those 10 subs, he got 10. God damn it. God damn it. But what's up, people? What do I have on an H1B visa panel? What that chick looks like. That looks like a video game. She looks like a video game? What do you mean whatever happened on it? Pakistan, I'm gonna need Saudi Arabia, and then just Iraq, Iran, right? Oops, well, it doesn't matter what order I do them in, but wow, easy, and I know all their flags. Watch this, first try. That's Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Iran, okay. Oh, fuck. Wait, what? Oh, shit, my bad. I was right. I just read Iraq and Iran wrong. I knew them. I just can't read. Okay. One of my old classmates wants to talk to me at some point. So he might join at some point. But other than that, we just got to read today. I'm just going to read. We're going to pick off this IHL textbook where we left off on the types of armed conflict. Pretty sure I remember most of these things. Hold on, I want to see the fundamental principles. I liked understanding this more because like it really helps us understanding like it's never just like flat out illegal to like bomb a hospital or flat out, I love chicken burger, flat out illegal to like kill a child. It's only like illegal to do those things insofar as it conflicts with one of like the fundamental principles of like distinction, proportionality. There's like a catch-all humanity thing at the very end. I think there's like 7. It's like proportionality, distinction, indiscriminate attacks, humanity. There's like other ones. Principal distinction, principal or military necessity, principal proportionality. Prime Minister candidate just resigned. What's up, bogus? Binted. Not surprising, right? People have been asking him to do that, right? I have not been following Canadian politics that much, but my understanding is that people were suspecting he was going to do that. Prohibition on causing unnecessary and superfluous injury. Principal neutrality. Upon commencement on a conflict, all states not party to the conflict must decide whether to join in hostilities and not be involved. That is, be neutral. States that choose not to become party to the conflict enjoy certain fundamental rights. Principal humanity. Okay. And now I already understand a decent amount about this part because, like, I know Additional Protocol 1 covers all the international armed conflict, and like Additional Protocol 2 covers the non-international armed conflict, and Additional Protocol 2 is a lot shorter and everything. Yeah. Because it covers I remember it's really hard to cover non-international armed conflicts because you don't want to interfere with a state's ability to just like cover a riot or expect it to announce resignation. I don't want to dox myself, so I'm going to be as vague as possible, but I got a gift card to for Russia over to Christmas, and a date reopened Jan 2nd. I caught fire, and it's now closed. L, get fucked, L. Damn. Hold on, fuck these people. I keep getting, I get... drawn into these stupid debates. Did you see Menard debate with Planet Peterson? Lol. No, level 1 debater. I don't know who that is. What did they debate about? Moron slides in my DM. What? This isn't a... I have no clue who this guy is. What do they chat about? Flat earther reduced to total silence. Oh, you know what? I bet this is Menard.
Morality leads to the destruction of society.
Oh, of course it's Menard. Yeah, most disgusting guest ever. Of course it's Menard.
Evidence of that do you have?
I have the evidence of today's structure. Today's society, everywhere where you follow traditional morality, you see success in the structure of that society. If you follow the marriage institutions, if you follow those that follow traditional morality, we see that they're very successful, the people that don't lie and cheat. And then when we go and follow your secular moral structures, where we see promiscuity, we see, you know what I mean, talking about the...
Do you think that a husband can... Dilemma. I have a very important question. Do you think a husband can rape his wife?
Sure, yeah.
Do you actually believe that?
There's no way I don't think Menard believes that.
Yeah, of course.
Do you think it's wrong if a husband does that?
If he coerces his wife, yes, it's very wrong.
And say coerce.
Well, the word
forcibly penetrates her without her
yeah,
consent.
100% wrong. Yeah.
100%
now,
wrong.
now you agree with me? There
Where
are
do you live?
obligations upon our.
Where do you live?
Can I ask you a question? I'm here in
You
Kansas.
actually can't. Where do you live?
I'm here in Kansas. Do you not believe there's obligations upon
you?
Do
you know that in the United States there weren't even marital rape laws on the books until the 70s? Because the traditional view was that a husband can't rape his wife because she's his property. Sounds like secular morality kind of rescued women from men.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Men like you.
Based?
You don't know what I'm talking about? You can look it up. I think South Dakota was the first state. There were not marital rape laws on the books until the 1970s.
Because people are not R-wording their wives.
Because people didn't think that a man could rape his wife because it's his property. That's the biblical view.
Okay. So what's the argument here? The argument is that traditional morality forces you to R-word your wife? What the fuck is the argument here? Can you make it so
No, according to traditional morality, there isn't even... Argument? Buddy, stop crashing out. According to certain senses in the traditional sense, there's no such thing as that because you can't do that to your own property.
What are you even talking about?
So it's so funny to me that Menard's banned on Twitch, but somehow he's able to get away. He was able to censor himself enough to stream on TikTok.
I'm talking about how, like, in the Bible, if
It's
a man
way
rapes
easier
a
to get
woman,
banned
then
on
the penalty
TikTok.
for that is he just pays her dad a fine, and then she's forced
based
to
on
marry
what
her
scripture?
rapist.
Based on what scripture? Go ahead.
It's in the Old Testament somewhere.
No, it's not.
Yes,
it's not
it
based
is.
on the Old Testament. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, well, I'll pull it up for you. What are you going to do when I read this verse and it says what I just said?
Then I would just say that it's probably that
Isn't TikTok now banned in the US? I don't
So you have your
think so. I don't even think they're gonna actually get banned. It's gonna be forced to
conclusion
sell.
already in
I
mind.
thought.
Great. What's the
I don't know.
Well,
I used
well-
TikTok last night. I don't even know if he's in the US also. But I get it. Yeah. It's either gonna be banned or forced to sell. I imagine it would sell before it got actually banned.
Hey, my brother.
And that's if it even, because Trump wants to undo it, and then TikTok does have a free speech argument for why they shouldn't be banned. So there's court challenges too. So we'll see.
You're not gonna let me speak. You're so scared, by the way. You're so scared.
You're triggered because I proved to you that your
triggered.
traditional view is dog shit in this one specific regard. We could get to a whole lot of other
You're
things.
lying. You're a conspiracy theorist. You're lying. I don't know what you're talking about. You don't even know what verse you're talking about. I bet you don't. Where in the Christianity allows you R-word your wife? You're such a bullshitter. And I can't believe my viewers actually like you. You're disgusting. Just say
I
you're
can't
a loser
believe
and you
anybody
can't
likes
defend
you.
your- Just say you can't defend your position. That's laughable. Like, this is laughable.
Oh, the classic Vidar. The
Okay,
classic
Deuteronomy
Vidar.
22, verses 28 and 29. If a man happens to meet a virgin who is not pledged to be married, and he rapes her, and they are discovered, he shall pay her father 50 shekels of silver. He must carry the young woman, for he violated her. He can never divorce her as long as he lives. So, in a traditional,
sound like you can R-word your
sense, rapists are forced to marry the guy that raped them, and they can never be separated. Does that sound
So
good
that's
to
what I
you?
would say. You're misinterpreting the verse. It could.
Does that sound good to you?
You're not gonna let me speak. You're misinterpreting the verse.
Does that sound good to you?
There does nothing.
This is like literally a yes or no question. I don't know. I don't know why you're struggling. Is this good? Yes or no?
Nothing you said says you can R-word.
Is this good? Yes or no?
Nothing you said says you can R-word.
Is this good? Yes or no?
So you're obfuscating. Just explain.
Is this good? Yes or no?
It's either
I
you're
understand
obfuscating-
exactly what you're saying.
Oh my god, I need to debate Menard like this guy does.
You're saying, well, they're not married yet, so this doesn't support your argument from earlier. We don't have to. We can get there. The question is, do you think that this is good?
Just concede that you
Do you think that this is good?
concede you obfuscate the convo. You're
I'm not
even talking about
obfuscating
R-wording
the.
anymore.
Midas every debate with
You're not even
Menard.
talking about R-wording anymore.
I'm not. Yes, I am. It said rape right there.
Now
Do you want me to
you're
read it
talking
again?
about good and evil. You fucking mental case. You're talking about good and evil now.
You are such a pathetic little insecure
I'm the
crybaby.
pathetic one. Just
Yes,
concede you're
and you have
obfuscating. You don't
insecure
have to
beliefs
talk.
and you have weak faith. You can't even
My
defend
brother.
your worldview. You said my worldview is good, and then when I showed you that your worldview forces women to marry their rapists, you just have this epic tantrum online
So
for
can I ask you a
everybody to
question?
see. You just
Does-
did.
is
So do you
what you
think
said-
this is good? Yeah, the question is, do you think this is good? Wow, did you just punch the drywall in your own house? Did you just send your fist through the drywall? You're having such a tantrum.
you probably
So,
did.
Do you
No,
think
you're
that this
losing
is good?
viewers. You're losing viewers. A lot of my viewers
So
respect you.
you're literally such a
Oh,
petulant
now
child.
we
You're
have the
doing, I know-
Menard, the talking to the audience. Soon he's gonna say, "Hey, all of this guy's viewers, go over to my chat instead."
You are, but what am I? You took what I said and copied it because, on top of just being an unlearned bigot, you're also not very
talking
creative.
about, bro?
So the question is, do you think that this is
What are you
good?
talking Is the question is good and evil, or is the question R-wording is good or not? What's the question? Weren't you bringing this verse to prove to me that R-wording is acceptable in the Bible? Isn't that what you were going to bring me?
The entire premise was that women were
Concede
treated like
now.
property. I'm not conceding anything because your argument, your framing of what I was talking about is not what my argument was. So I don't care about your pathetic little straw man. Okay? Do you think that that verse I just laid out? Do you think that that set of rules is good?
I think for the time that it was being
There you
created,
go. So you think women being forced to marry their rapists is good? I don't. Now you can claim because
You know, this one was created 2,000 years
blah
ago,
blah
right?
blah blah
2,000
blah.
years
I
ago?
believe in God, therefore it is good. Like you can think that if you want. You look. We
You're gonna
live.
talk to yourself.
We live
Are
in
you
a
just gonna talk to
country.
yourself?
We live in a country where it's not illegal for people like you to have thoughts like that.
No
You
one here actually cares with the Bible. Well, they're not talking about the Bible right now. I think they're talking about the.
are allowed to think, and you do think, Manner,
Oh,
that it
so I'm
may
wrong
be
that there
fine
was,
for
Are they talking about the Bible? He mentioned Deuteronomy actually.
women to be
Actually,
forced to
salvation
marry
for
her
R-worded
rapist.
women.
Menard's a like a devout
2,000
Muslim.
years ago.
You think it's fine for a woman to forced to be married to her rapist for life in certain contexts.
So,
I don't
can I
think
say
that.
something?
And okay, we live in a free country. You're allowed to think that. Put that on a t-shirt.
It's hilarious that you're crying about strawman when you strawman my whole position here.
No,
Is my
I
position
asked
that
you and you
2,000
said
years
yes.
ago it's
I'm
okay
not
to R-word a
strawmanning
woman?
you.
Is that my position?
You muted yourself that time, by the way.
My position that 2,000 years ago it's okay to R-word women? Is that my position? Is that what you're claiming? That's what you're claiming my position is.
Nope. Because I stated really clearly that your official position is that it's fine to force a victim to be married for life to the perpetrator. Because you did say that.
That's not what I said. I said
Yes, that is literally what you
I'm
said,
happy,
so-
and I think it's necessary.
You're happy for it to
I think
happen,
it's
okay.
necessary that there is salvation for a woman 2,000 years ago if there was an R-wording for her and there was some kind of repercussions for that guy.
There are no repercussions for him. He gets a wife for life out of it, and because they were treated like property, she probably would have just been a homemaker. So he gets to be a lazy jerk off and get away with rape. What do you think should happen? Okay, if today somebody raped a woman, what do you think should happen to him?
Hey, listen. Today is 2,000 years ago. It's the same today as 2,000 years ago. It's
so the question was, if that happens, if a man does that, what should happen to him today?
So first of all, I would never use that verse in the Quran, in the Bible, to try to say that it's okay to R-word women.
Wow. So the question is really incredibly simple. It has nothing to do with that verse in Deuteronomy. The question is, if a man does that today, what should happen? Here, I'll tell you what the answer is. He should go to jail. Okay, so that's the answer. So according to you, what should happen?
Am I allowed to actually answer, or are you just gonna?
That's the only thing you're allowed.
To be clear, Manar, I don't know if Manar is gonna somehow like cuck his way out of this one. Manar only believes that you should actually go to jail if you meet like the, I forget the exact standards, but like the Islamic like standards of evidence. Like he's very much opposed to secular courts that have like secular, trial by jury beyond a reasonable doubt. He very much wants to impose. I've had this conversation with him before. The like Islamic standards of.
To do. And every time you don't do it, I will mute you, which is what's been happening. So what's the answer?
Planet, you're a very scared little boy.
You're still not answering the question. You're
he won't answer
actually just crying some more. So what's the answer?
Probably somebody so smart as you, you're tiny.
You're still literally not answering. You're just talking about me. You're as obsessed with me as your fans are. So what is the answer?
You're small.
Bro, literally, all you have to do is say, go to jail. So what should happen to a man if he does that?
Because once I start talking
why will you not say that a rapist...
Then he's gonna start shutting up.
Why are you incapable of saying that a rapist should be punished?
You need to answer some of my questions.
I will after you answer this question.
With me at all.
Bro, you're in my house, you little beta bitch, so get used to it. These are my rules. So what should happen to a man if he rapes a woman?
Disgusting prick. Disgusting little prick. I don't know anyone.
The guy that won't say, simply will not say that a man should be punished for raping a woman is a disgusting prick.
You're strawmanning me, you fucking pig eater. Hey, by the way, pig eater is not a strawman. You actually are a pig eater.
Oh, you're a Muslim. Okay, I get it.
You're a pig. You're a pig. You're a pig because you are what you eat.
I think you were pretending to be Christian the whole time, but you're clearly a Muslim.
I never pretended. I was talking about traditional morality. I never pretended. But you're the one that knows Christianity more than Islam, so you brought that up.
Okay.
Okay, anyways, are you going to have...
Do you disagree with the honor killings that happen in countries such as Saudi Arabia?
Can I ask you a question? Is it okay that your women...
Do you disagree with the honor killings that happen in countries like Saudi Arabia?
The secular community allows women to get...
I mean, he does. I mean, presumably there's some that he's against, but I don't think he disagrees with the principle that they could be okay, even if he... I'm sure he would say, oh, well, some of them are implemented badly in the modern world, but would you deny that this is what he does for, like, child marriage? It's like, well, do you disagree with child marriage? You're like, well, in the modern secular world, sometimes outcomes are worse, but do you deny that in history that it would be okay there could be a case where it'd be okay to marry a child because...
Rape in the clubs. Is that cool?
Manar, in your theocratic countries, they kill women that are raped for having extramarital sex. Do you think that's wrong? This is why I brought this up earlier. I guarantee that you do not think a husband can rape his wife. I guarantee that you don't actually believe that. So in Saudi Arabia, and I think Afghanistan too, women who are raped can be executed for having sex outside of marriage. Do you condemn that?
Bring me the proof.
So you will not say no because you will not condemn it because you don't think it's wrong.
Because it's not Islamic. I don't think it's Islamic scripture based what you're saying about. Maybe the culture of the country allows it to do that, but it's not the Islamic tradition. It's not. I don't know what you're talking about.
Great. So you can say that they didn't pull it from the Quran, and you're probably right, but they happen to believe it anyway because there are these extra books. I can't remember what they're called, hadiths or something like that, where people proclaim these are official rules or whatever.
So you have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't know the terminology all that well, but so anyways, the question was, do you condemn the honor killings that are done to rape victims in Islamic countries?
Look, so you're missing
the answer is yes, or the answer you should be giving is yes. So just give an answer.
Kill me, dog.
Of an R-worded woman. There's honor killing of an adulterous woman, but there's no honor killing of an R-worded woman. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, well, Amnesty International,
Does he not even know?
10-year-old rape victim survivor faces honor killing. Wow. So it does happen.
Where's the scripture base? This is Afghanistan's law.
So it does happen. So if we had a...
Where's the scripture base? This is Afghanistan's law, the famously secular country of Afghanistan.
Traditional society that rejected secular ideas, like that each person is equal under the law, then rape victims wouldn't get publicly executed. But if we adopt yours, then then that is the pathway to how we get there. I'm not saying it would always happen every single time. Maybe you don't actually agree with it, but you will not condemn it. And the point is, you cannot give a secular argument that a woman who is raped should be killed because her body or something has been defiled or dishonored. But in your morality world, that is something that happens. Not always, everywhere, every time, but it does happen. And I don't want to live in a world like that.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Is it moral to murder 1 million babies a year? 1 million fetuses a year murdered. Is that no
Yes,
moral to you?
space,
Ask
space,
God because he's
space.
done that multiple times.
No. Oh, so God's aborting all these million babies? Is that now you're gonna blame God?
Oh, abortion? I thought you said murder.
Yeah, a million babies are getting aborted a year in America. Is that moral or immoral?
Do you think people should be forced
No,
to
I'm
have
gonna let you- I'm
kidneys
gonna let
taken
you
out
ask
of their
another question.
bodies
How about you respond?
and
Hey,
have
hey,
blood
explain
taken
your
out of their
game, Planet.
bodies
Planet, we're playing your
because
game. Planet, we're
it
playing
could
your
be
game. You don't
used?
respond to my question. You're not
It could be
responding to
used.
anything else. We're playing
Oh
your
my
game.
God, dude! May you fuck pigs in
Play your
hell.
game.
You
Go
are
play games,
intolerable
just
to talk to.
Thanks, Minar. Okay. Fuck, I'm typing a feel on Discord because I'm arguing with them, but I can't do that in stream at the same time. God damn this. Okay, I don't care. I'll go back to it later. Minar guys, basically just Tim Flow, aka Zen from the boss's chat. He might be worse. Minar's Minar. I don't know. Minar is perfect. That's who Minar is. Okay. The law of armed conflict does not apply to every situation in which armed force or other violence is employed. It applies only to certain kinds of conflict. And as mentioned in the previous chapters, the laws regulating international armed conflict are also not the same as those regulating non-international armed conflict. Broadly speaking, the full penalty, is that how you pronounce that, of IHL treaty law, other than Additional Protocol 2, will apply to international armed conflict, while non-international armed conflict will be subject to only to Common Article 3 of the 1949 Geneva Conventions, Additional Protocol 2, and some of the more recent treaties on the means and methods of warfare as elaborated below. The body of customary law applying to non-international armed conflicts is undoubtedly wider than the treaty law, but its exact content and limits are unclear. The IACRC is in its landmark study in customary international humanitarian law concluded that of the 161 rules of CIHL identified, there were 140 applicable to non-international armed conflicts, and a further 8 were arguably applicable to NIACs. Not all states or writers agree that CIHL relating to its NIAC is quite so extensive, but even on the ICRC view, there are still significant differences between law applicable to international and non-international armed conflicts in some areas. In order to determine what applies, it is therefore necessary to determine the nature of the relevant conflict. This chapter describes the different types of armed conflict and focuses in particular on the distinction between international and non-international armed conflicts. Although the term international armed conflicts is now used universally, it is not defined in any IHL treaty. Indeed, it does not appear in the Hague or Geneva Conventions, first appearing in Additional Protocol 1 in 1977. As expected in the next section, international armed conflict now encompasses not only those between states, but also in situations where territory is occupied, and conflicts between government forces and national liberation movements. Okay. The law of armed conflict doesn't apply in all cases where armed force or violence is used, even within situations it does apply. The laws differ depending on which type of conflict it is. For example, if it is national or international in nature. Well, it's IHL. Applies only to international armed conflict. Well, it's non-international armed conflict. Subject only to Common Article 3 of the 1949 Geneva Conventions. And that's not how you spell it. Come on, Google. It was there. Yeah, there you go. And additional Protocol 2. Jesus. I'll say additional Protocol 2. Some of the more recent treaties on the means and methods of warfare. Customary international law also applies. Obviously, it always does, but with the ICRC believing that of the 160, they said 161, a 140 of them are applicable to non-international armed conflict. International armed conflict. Oop. Hey, Common Article 2, armed conflicts. Article 2, common to the 1949 Geneva Convention, provides that the conventions apply in three potentially distinct situations: declared war, with or without actual hostilities; interstate armed conflict; and where territories is occupied. Article 2, in addition to the provisions which shall be implemented in peacetime, the present convention should apply in all cases of declared war, or of any armed conflict which may arise between two or more of the high contracting parties, even if the state of war is not recognized by one of them. The convention shall also apply to all cases of partial or total occupation of the territory of a high contracting party, even if said occupation meets with no armed resistance. Common Article 2 to the 1949 conventions state that the convention should apply in cases of declared war, interstate conflict, even if one party doesn't recognize the war, and in times of occupation. Hold on, fucking orange fuel. God damn this. You don't understand. Without enforcement, none of these laws apply. Welcome back, The Onion. There is some enforcement sometimes, arguably, sometimes. We'll see. There's actually an argument. I mean, I actually really like this textbook. But like, I mean, I actually do think international law does uphold a relatively decent moral framework, and I like knowing about it and understanding it. So like, that's why I'm reading this. Like, you can say like it doesn't apply. Like, I agree. A lot of times it doesn't apply, but I think it's interesting to talk about, interesting to know about, regardless of the fact that it doesn't apply. Sometimes people will make claims that certain things are against international law, and it's nice to have an understanding of international law so I can either refute that or confer with it. And there is actually, I forget when it was like in 2012 or something, they started using the ICC to go after some war criminals in Africa. And I do think that there is actually probably a negative effect on certain like ICC enforcement mechanisms on peace, because it makes it harder for people or countries to negotiate if, one leader thinks that he's going to be like actually arrested and sent to the Hague if he starts negotiating with the other party, right? But I mean, it works sometimes. War versus armed conflict. The early treaties of the law of armed conflict applied only between states and only in situations of war. The 1899 Hague Regulations, for example, stipulated that the provisions contained in the regulations mentioned in the Article 1 are only binding of the contracting parties in case of war between two or more of them. Has not worked since civil. Who is this guy? Is he one of the African people I was just mentioning? It can't be this guy. No, we've done stuff after this. Just look up, I think it's like 2012 ICC arrest, I think. Maybe it's like 2014 or something. But we've done stuff after this. Look, see? Yeah, there were people in 2012. This is indictments. Only some of these are arrests, detained, yeah. Look, this guy was detained in 2018. But yeah, most of these are like African, like war criminals from like Sudan, or like sometimes they're indicted on things from like the 1990s and only like just now brought to justice or whatever. Look, we do stuff. UN has done fuck all. The UN, I think, actually does more than the ICC. I think the UN is actually a fairly decent diplomatic channel. I mean, it's not like, I don't think it's incredibly effective, but like, from a value-added perspective, I think the UN does a decent job. I don't think it, I don't think the world where there's no UN is better than the world where we have like a UN, right? So like, I think value-added wise, it works decent. It's not like, I don't think it's super effective at avoiding conflict, but I think it, I think it's generally fine. But also, I care less about. I just like reading about international law right now, buddy. Okay. Early IHL treaties. Applied only to conflict, or only to situations of war between states. For example, the 1899 Hague Regulations. I think I'll put this down here. Stated divisions only apply, blah, 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 war, two or more of them. Actually, I don't care that much about it. This latter requirement presents no difficulties when states formally declared a war on each other, but there are many instances of military actions that were indistinguishable from war, yet had not preceded any declaration, such as Japan's operations in China in the 1930s and Italy's invasion of Ethiopia in 1935. In the absence of any definition of war, states could easily, if they wished, portray their conflicts as involving forceful measures toward a war, thereby avoiding the legal consequences of being at war, such as the applied application of the law of armed conflict. League of Nations was wide dispersed. It's a good look into. I mean, I'm aware of the League of Nations. Major organizations don't do much. They're basically only there to vote on something is or isn't a violation of international law. But it doesn't. Well, doesn't even apply. It doesn't even. The General Assembly resolutions are all non-binding, and none of it actually does anything. Well, I shouldn't say. I'm trying to think. When is the last time a General Assembly resolution was implemented? I can't think of one. I can only think of like the ones against Israel, which Israel never implements, and the ones against like the U.S. for like the Cuba blockade. Which we don't implement, but I don't know how I would find this, but I don't know when the last I don't know when the last time we actually top UN slogans. If an important bloated bureaucracy can't solve it, then it's best left festering. You can't spell unethical without UN. Real. Genocide of dictators, beware our non-binding resolutions. Okay, that one's kind of real, though. But I mean, it's probably like states just wouldn't join the UN if it had to restrict their rules, right? Like they just would like totally ignore it. Bunch of wasteful. How much is there's no? What do you mean? How wasteful? How much does the U.S. give to the UN every year? What? Probably less than 20 billion. Maybe it's more than that. How much does U.S. give to UN? 18 billion. Wait, what is this? Received? This says 1 billion. Oh, it's from 1984. Most of what the UN is saying, don't fuck with their boats, and then the Houthis kind of just didn't. Hey, we went there. Did we get? I don't know if we got Security Council permission to do what we did with the Houthis. What's up, Adam?
What's up? How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Wait, let me see if I just finished with class. Well, not like all class, just one of them.
Yeah. Where do you go? Are you
I go to NC State.
nerd?
You said what?
I said nerd.
Nerd? But
Yeah. Owned.
there you go. Why too much? Alright. You ready to teach me about politics?
What do you want to know? I don't.
Like, I don't know.
Right. Nice one, bro. I don't know. I mean, I follow politics to some extent. I can't tell you every new thing that's happened, but
Alright, but like, tell me about. Alright, so can you tell me what like the difference even is between like what's the main thing between a Democrat and a Republican? Like what are the like main policies that separate like so I can see which one I want to be.
right.
And don't be biased. Like be straight up with each one. Like what
So
like
yeah, it is a little hard because this is gonna sound like I'm biased, but Republicans, some Republicans are absolutely insane. Like within the Republican Party, it's hard for them, even though they have a majority, to pick a Speaker of the House because there's so many internal divisions among Republicans these days. But like most Republicans are generally. God, it's so okay. I want to say most Republicans are like usually like anti-government expansion.
Okay.
Like generally, Republicans are going to be less supportive like a lot of welfare programs, right? Like they don't they're like, oh, you know, food stamps is too big. Some of them will even actually I don't know how many oppose Medicare, but some of them. If they don't say this openly, do probably want to either privatize or downscale Medicare. On the state level, Republicans don't never expand Medicare, which is like or Medicaid, which is like it's health insurance for poor people, basically. Whereas usually Democrats are in favor of expanding it. Like free school lunch is a good example where like basically all Republicans are against it, and basically most Democrats are for it, is my understanding. The reason why it's hard though is like, since Trump, a lot of Republicans are sort of selective when they are like anti-government expansion because it like a lot of what Trump did was in a way like well I'm not gonna admit a lot of what Trump did was essentially authoritarian. Like Trump was directing his DOJ to send out like a fake letter to states saying that there was election fraud when they found like no evidence of election fraud. And like Trump did both parties will like claim to be fiscally responsible. Neither are really that fiscally responsible. Democrats want to spend a bunch of money, but Republicans are like super hardcore in favor of like tax cuts. Now Trump wants to do no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security. He wants to decrease their corporate tax to like 15%. With like
I fuck with no tax on tips. Like, I'm pretty sure that's how it already is. No. Oh well, that's only like cash tips. Like, are we talking about for like waiters and stuff?
Trump's plan didn't specify that, but any plan that would get through Congress would have to specify only for waiters, because otherwise we'd end up in a situation where like doctors were taking tips, and you don't want to have that.
Yeah, that makes sense. No tax on tips, because like, I mean, that's not even really like a. I get that that's I don't know. It's not really part. Obviously, that's how they make their money, but that's not like their wage. You know, that's just like what people are giving them for their
Well,
service.
I mean, in America, the issue is like tipping is technically voluntary, but like in effect, I don't think it is voluntary. I think it's just not a. First of all, I think it's just not a good policy to help like low income people. If you wanna, a lot of people who
you don't think that'll help them.
I think that'll help like 2% of low income people. But like there are so many better ways to just decrease taxes on low income people, or just give them more government transfers. Well, I don't see why we would help. First of all, you're helping only tipped workers, which are like 3% of the workforce. And you're helping you're doing these weird things like across state lines, because like California has basically already gotten rid of tipping because they mandate all these restaurants pay like a living wage.
Wait,
So,
they
like,
got rid of.
Well, I mean, you can. I think you can still tip, but like a big reason why people tip right now is because waiters only get paid less than minimum wage.
Honestly,
And
I like that, because I mean, I don't know, if I'm on a date or something, like I'm gonna have to like tip more just to like show. Like, I'd rather it just be like a specific. I'd rather go in knowing exactly how much I'm gonna pay. You know, like
Right.
I don't really like. Obvious, I do tip, but like I'd rather not have to.
yeah, I
Like,
mean,
worry.
I don't. Well, that's another thing is I think we should probably be moving away from tipping. But just to finish off that point, like, so basically you're telling like a service worker in California, fuck you, you're not getting tips, so you're still getting taxed. But like a service worker in North Carolina who is still getting tips, well, they don't have to pay taxes on that now. So that's like, that seems a little unfair. So you're only helping like 3% of the low income workforce. A lot of them are actually so low income that they already don't pay taxes, because there's like a standard deduction. Like if you are like in the bottom 20% of Americans, you pay very little in taxes. So you're not even really helping a lot of these people, because they already barely pay anything in taxes. And then yeah, I think we should just be. I don't want to incentivize tipping, because I don't like that a lot of these people rely on tips. I prefer they just get paid a living wage.
That makes sense. I don't know, like, but I feel like waiters make too much money, to be honest. Because, I mean, because I used to be a waiter, and you know, I did that shit from when I was 13 till like 16, and the way I was getting paid was different. I was getting paid under the table, and I was low key getting scammed. I was making like $9 an hour, and then I would only get cash tips. So if someone gave like cash, that I would be able to keep that. But I was working like so hard, bro. But I remember my like fellow coworkers that were getting paid the regular way. They would tell me how much they're making. And I'm like, bro, you should not be making that much. I mean, like, it's not even. It's really not that much work, you know. And them
Right.
like, you know, for like.
I
I mean,
imagine like they get paid that much because they're tipped, right? Like it's a
Yeah. You only get like the tips you do. Like, waiters actually make a lot of, like, they're making like, or at least at like a decent restaurant, which I worked at a restaurant in Southern Pines downtown. They're making like $300 a night, like 300 maybe 350 a night. So that's low-key too much, especially because it's like not even like a full shift. It's like from, what was our shifts? Like they would work from 5 to 10, and they'd go home with 3. Like, that's too much, bro. Like, you don't. I mean, sure, you deserve.
So what the market values them at, Adam. Okay.
You said what?
That's what the market values them at. That is their efficient wage. Okay.
Nah, that's too much. Like, that's how much. Like, let me think. What is that? 350 divided by 5. $70 an hour. That's crazy.
I mean, I guess like it makes sense because like presumably they're gonna get quite a bit of money on some like busy nights because there's a bunch of boomers who live here who will tip well. But then I imagine there's a lot of other times where if it's not a busy night, they don't get paid that much. But
oh yeah, that's true. Yeah,
but I guess like I just don't see like if we want to help low income workers, like why not just like help them all by like just giving them all a tax cut or just giving them all some type of transfer.
And that would be like a democratic thing to do.
Yeah, typically Democrats are going to be more in support of, for example, the child tax credit, like Kamala Harris when she was running, when she still had a chance. Although, hey, it's January 6th today, she can still not certify. But you know, she was like saying, "Hey, I'm going to give everyone a $6,000 child tax credit. So, like for the first year of your child's life, I'm going to give you $6,000, and then it goes down as the child ages." Trump was somewhat in favor of the child tax credit during his first term. He doubled it from like 1,000 to 2,000. JD Vance voted against expanding the child tax credit every single time it was proposed. And then Trump promised he would expand it, but he didn't really say how much. It was kind of just like a offhanded like promise he made. So who knows if he would have.
My God! All right, wait. Off topic. I completely. You probably have no idea about this, do you? Have you ever talked to? Well, I don't know if you know at all. You probably do, dude. Have you talked to Andrew since like the senior year ended?
No.
Dog, you have no idea what happened to him, did you?
No, I know he deleted his Instagram. That's all I know. I think he like.
You know why?
No.
Holy shit! I can't believe this. You've gone a whole year without knowing what happened.
All
right, so I hate that guy. First of all, so I think I don't even give a damn. Like what you know what I mean? But
yeah, okay, sure.
if I was in his situation, I don't know. I might have just like ended it all because it's terrible. All right, I'm gonna just send you the video, okay?
Okay, is it like?
It's terrible. Like get ready. It is fucking bad. But I'll explain it to you as I might have to find it in my cam. let me see.
Is this it's not. Is it gonna get me banned on Twitch if I show it on stream, or is it?
Yes. Yes.
Also, chat. It's not the Andrew Wilson that you're thinking about, but his name is Andrew Wilson, and it is funny that he has the same name as another like streamer.
There's another Andrew Wilson?
Yeah, there's a way bigger Andrew Wilson, yeah.
No, this is an Andrew Wilson that's in our class. Or used to be in our economics class. Bro, wait, let me see. I just saved it to my camera roll. I don't know how I'm gonna find it. I think I'm gonna have to go to my like camera roll and scroll, or maybe I can go to Snap. But I'll give you the rundown as I look for it.
Okay.
So basically, he turned out to be gay, right?
Okay, based.
So what happened was, he was texting this guy for I guess 6 months, and this I could be. This is what I know. He was texting this guy for about 6 months. You know, they were getting very sexual in the text messages, and basically what happened was the guy turned out to be a catfish, not a catfish. I don't know. Like it was all a sham. Like whoever he was texting wasn't real, and it was actually a student that must have hated him, like because what he did was he blackmailed Andrew by saying like, "Hey, I'm gonna tell the whole world, you know, that you're gay, and I'm gonna release all our text messages." I don't know what they were talking about, but it must have been bad because he blackmailed Andrew Wilson to make a video. And this video that he got Andrew to make in order for, and I guess Andrew thought like, okay, if I make this video, then like, you know, whoever he was like sexting wasn't gonna like release. But
Sure.
he fucked up because, dude, obviously he's gonna release that video if he's already blackmailing you. Like, you should have just let him release the sextings or whatever was going on. My theory is that whatever they were sexting each other must have been terrible, because like what he got Andrew to make a video is basically, it's a video of him, and oh my god, are you alright? Just get ready, because you're not even gonna believe it.
Okay.
There's a video of Andrew Wilson like beating his soft meat. Like, it's not hard. He's in like this, he's on his knees like fully naked, and he makes a video doxing himself, like releasing his address, his phone number, his full name, and then saying how he wants to like molest, and he names like 20 girls that went to our school. And that's the full video, and he also says like a bunch of like humiliating stuff, like, oh, I like big black cock in my butt, like just a bunch of like crazy shit. And that video, like, everyone has the video.
You know, I don't know if I need the video, actually. I don't know if I need that.
And it's like dead butt booty naked, like yeah. And you see everything. Like, it's so bad. So that's why he deleted his Instagram, man. He's like, and this all happened right as school ended, like this summer.
Okay. He doesn't know who did it. He like,
I don't know, man. I haven't talked to him. The video. I've not talked to him since that class. One of my friends was like, "Yo, do you know what happened to Andrew?" And I was like, "No." And then he sent me the video, and I was just like, "What the fuck?" That's gotta be the craziest thing I've ever witnessed happen to someone. Like, that's like some shit off of a movie.
That is literally, like my chat said, yeah, this is literally like a 13 Reasons Why. Like,
yeah, if you see if you see this video, like, you're gonna be like, it's gonna be like another shock. Like, because I remember seeing it, and I deadass could not believe my eyes. Like, there's no way this is happening to this kid. And tell your chat, like, this guy's not really a good person. So it's like, it
what's
sucks.
wrong? I mean, you could say not a good person, but like, I don't think unless I'm unaware.
Nobody deserves that. Nobody deserves that. But like, I'm sure, like, if it were to happen to anyone, like, if someone were to hate anyone enough to do that to them, it would be Andrew Wilson.
I guess.
Like, if you were gonna like hate someone so much, you're gonna spend 6 months, you know, devising that whole plan, you know. And like, I mean, I can't think of anyone else in our school besides him. Like, someone would hate him that much to do that. Anyways, let me see if I can find it, because I can't even find it.
I don't need to see it, man.
So you no longer wish to see it?
I didn't know what it was when you offered to send it. I thought it was just gonna be like an embarrassing video, not like a nightmare fuel, like suicide inducing video. Like I
Yeah, I don't know how he's like still here, man. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I would have deadass killed myself. Like, what do you do? I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't have killed myself. I just would have went to like a faraway college probably, and not. I don't know. But yeah,
okay.
That's what happened.
That's interesting. Good to know.
So it's like, he should have handled it like your favorite your favorite
my favorite Street Destiny, yeah. Who you
well, he was just like, once he got caught sucking dick, he was just like, yeah, I like to suck dick.
I mean, he had revealed that he was bisexual before. It was not a surprise that he liked sucking dick. Everyone knew.
So fucking gay, bro.
Well, yeah. They want to know why Andrew Wilson is not a nice guy.
You said what?
My chat wants to know why Andrew Wilson is not a nice guy.
Oh, I can tell you so many stories. I mean,
well, nothing he did to me was that bad ever. Like,
Man, he's just an asshole. Like, he's just always trying to start an argument. Like, he'll always try and start an argument. Dude, I don't even want to get into it, but he's done a few things to me, which I despise him for now.
It's called being a debate, bro.
No, not even like that. It's different. It's not a good guy. Like, all right. That's not even why he's an asshole, but that's just like one small part. But like we can talk like he just always gets so loud. Like okay, like he'll want to debate
Well, that is
you, right?
true. Yeah.
He'll want to debate you, right? And then like, I mean, when he debates you, okay, that makes sense. He wants to debate you, like you know what you're talking about. But then he'll like debate someone like me or David, like when. Like, I mean, we don't even really want to get into it, and then, like, he starts it, and then, like, you know, you're just talking back. And then he, like, will get the whole class's attention, you know? It's like why? Like, I don't it's, like, he'll literally get start getting the whole class's
We're not talking about that
attention,
Andrew Wilson
you
catch.
know, you don't even know what you're talking about.
It's a different Andrew
You're
Wilson.
just, like, trying to, like, have a conversation, like... And that's just one like small thing though. It doesn't sound that crazy, yeah, but it's like it gets annoying after like the 10th time doing it.
That is true.
Obnoxious. I don't even want to get to like any specifics, but he's done a few specific things that I know that would definitely get someone to hate him. But anyways, yeah, that's what happens. He's, you know, I mean, I knew he was gay. Like he'd always like fight for his life that he wasn't. But I mean, like, you know, you can just tell he wasn't.
Right. Yeah. But what you couldn't tell Destiny was gay? What?
Huh?
You couldn't tell Destiny was gay?
Bruh.
Oh, okay. You can tell I'm straight, right?
I don't know. I've never seen you with a girl.
You've what?
I've never seen you with a girl. I don't know.
Well, that's just because that's just because I'm a loser, not because I'm gay.
Oh, are you gay?
No.
Hey, man. I usually like to take people's words for it, you know.
Right. Okay.
But Andrew, I could tell, because bro, that's just been a discussion. Like since middle school.
Yeah. You haven't seen the pictures of me in the dress, right?
You have a picture of you in a dress. You probably are gay, man. I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay. Oh, god damn it. No, that's not real. No.
It's all right, man. I wouldn't be surprised. No, not to like be disrespectful, because I mean, I know you don't take offense to that, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I've had people tell me that before. Don't worry.
It's like, yeah, I got a tattoo.
Oh, really? Why? Isn't that
Haram?
halal? Or
Haram?
Which one's the good one? Which one's the bad one? Is it haram?
Halal is good. Haram is bad.
Yeah. Isn't that haram? What the hell, man?
You're not supposed to mess with your body. Yeah.
Wow. You would sin against him for no reason. What do you think? What do you think of Trump in his first term trying to ban all the Muslims from entering the country?
Well, I don't think it was that. Yeah, I mean, America just doesn't like Muslims. It's not just Trump. It's both parties didn't like Muslims. Both parties, like we're in war with Muslims. Like, so I mean,
Which country, where are we at war with Muslims right now? I guess we fund Israel.
I don't think he knows what he said either.
I don't know. When Biden was in term, he was like,
oh, the Houthis, I guess.
Yeah, like he was like, you know, just like blowing.
Okay, well that wasn't because we didn't like Muslims. That was because they were bombing ships, and they still are bombing ships.
I mean, yeah. So, what I was saying is a much more simplified version of that. But like, yeah, we pretty much we're always in war with Muslims, I guess. But
yeah, but
I
he was
think
trying to ban like
Huh?
specifically Muslims from entering the country. I'm pretty sure he's the
I don't
only one that has proposed that.
think
And I think he's
that's. I don't think it's that like simple. I don't think he just straight up said let's ban all Muslims.
basically what he did in his first term.
Wait, could you
Yeah, I'm pretty sure even the Supreme Court literally said it was illegal because it violated the First Amendment.
So
'Cause
like
he had to water
did-
it down.
what did he do specifically? Like what
He
I'm confused.
banned. I think he banned people from like I think it was 7 majority Muslim countries or something from entering the country with an executive order. And I think the Supreme Court then said like, you can't do this. It's very clearly like targeting Muslims. And then he had to pass like a watered down version of it.
Yeah, that kind of sucks. Like I said, I mean, I feel like every president like doesn't fuck with Muslims. It's just America doesn't fuck with Muslims because we kind of like. I mean, it makes sense. I can't say I don't blame them. Like we're like in war. Like we're always doing some fuck shit. But like,
It just
I would
seems like
prefer.
a step further than like most of the presidents did. And like at least we have like
Yeah,
Biden
but
and
actually, back. I mean, banning them compared to like just like bombing a bunch of civilians.
he was doing
mean,
both
I
of those. He actually was way worse in drone strikes too. He did like we don't even know how many drone strikes Trump did because he changed the rules to make sure that he
don't
didn't
think
have to
so.
report how many he did. But he
He was
probably
just-
did
he
way
would-
more
but
than
that-
Biden.
I don't think he would ever actually like he was a threatening kind of president. He would threaten a lot of countries like, hey, we're just gonna bomb the shit out you, but he never went through with any of it because all
But
the
he
countries
bombed a lot of he bombed the Iranian general. Which to be clear, there was probably I don't know where I stand with the Iranian thing because he could have provoked war with Iran. But considering war with Iran didn't happen, that was probably a good thing. There were other like people he bombed too. Like he bombed a ton of people in ISIS. Like
Oh wait! The general though, didn't they put an $80 million bounty on his head or something like that?
I think I don't know the bounty on his head or whatever, but I think he was when he was a wanted like war criminal like dude. Yeah, like he was not a good dude.
Bro, are you serious? Like,
What?
I'm
I'm saying like you're saying like he threatened to bomb a ton of people but didn't do it, but like he bombed a ton of people. Like he takes credit for bombing people. What do you mean? He says all the time, "I defeated ISIS." Like he bombed a ton of places in Somalia. We don't even know how many he did because he hid how many he did. He said, "I don't want to report how many I did, so I don't have to." Like,
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't really care.
yeah, okay. You don't care if civilians are dying, Adam?
I don't know.
Based, okay.
Bro, I mean, like, I really do care, but what I meant to say is, there's nothing I can do about it.
You can vote for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
They would have promoted. They would have funded me as well.
Not nearly. I'm looking at a chart right here. Like Trump did 219 airstrikes in Somalia alone. Biden did 51, and Biden killed less civilians, obviously. But like,
Well, Trump isn't. Well, I remember when I did a little research. Kamala, or I forgot. Either Kamala plans to fund Israel more, or Kamala and Biden already funded way more to Israel. No, I think plans to and already more than Trump plans to. Like,
well,
Trump plans-
so it wouldn't surprise me if they did fund more than Trump, just because Israel's at war currently, so they probably gave Israel more aid. But I think if Trump was in office, he'd be giving more aid than they are currently giving. And he's going to be in office in 14 days. So, I mean, we'll see. But like Trump has come out before and been like, Trump has literally said you need to kill terrorist families. Like,
yeah, that's like that. That's terrorist.
their families aren't terrorists though. It's kind of the point.
It's a threat.
Right. but doesn't that kind of? I mean, I would imagine we would think that that means he's probably going to care less about civilian casualties.
Is it wrong to kill terrorist families? 1000%. But it's a threat, you know. Like don't be a terrorist. It's like a threat. Don't be a terrorist or we'll bomb your families.
Okay.
So it's a pretty solid threat towards terrorists. It's not like, you know, the point is for there to be less terrorists. So hopefully by making that claim, less terrorists will be terrorists.
I mean,
or less
but you realize he actually did change the rules. Like, he loosened the restrictions on drone strikes, and he loosened the restrictions on the like accountability, the transparency of it. Like, he reported when he did them less often, and also loosened the like relaxed the rules of engagement for them. Like, I don't know, like, why would I imagine a kid like literally, dude? I get shit in the mail that's like JD Vance and Trump, the pro-Israel ticket. Just like, what?
Damn. I don't know. Would there have been a president that supported Palestine, or would they all have just supported Israel?
Not anymore. I think Kamala Harris is the most realistic. I mean, Bernie Sanders maybe could have won, but Kamala Harris, I would say, is like the most realistic option that could have won for president. That is the most pro-Palestinian. I don't know if Bernie Sanders ever could have won, but he would be more pro-Palestinian than Kamala Harris.
Kamala was like pushing towards the females too much too. Like, I remember like looking into like one of her interviews, and I was just like, what the fuck is this? Like, it was just like
the abortion thing, like focus groups really, like abortion was like the #1 winning thing for Democrats, because like people did not like the economy, people did not like the border, so like she focused on abortion a lot. Yeah,
it was just like, bro, I mean, like it was just like, I don't know. It was like too obvious that
she was like calling for a ceasefire. Like, she was calling Netanyahu,
because there was like a bunch of edits going on at the time. Like,
she's like on the phone with Netanyahu with Biden, like calling him,
and like it was
Biden who called him an asshole.
Even most girls weren't buying that shit. It's like, I mean, just promote your policies. This is stupid. You know, at least that's how I viewed it. It was like, it was more obnoxious. And then anytime I would watch her, it would just give like, this is gonna sound like stupid, but it would low-key give me the ick.
I mean,
and you cannot tell me I'm wrong. Like, it's like, it's so blatantly obvious she's trying to put on a front, which I guess, you know, as a president, you know, I get it. Like, you're trying to, like, but you can make it less obvious.
I don't know what you mean by like put on a front. Like, I think all politicians do it to some extent, and I think, like, I'd rather like a president actually like sound presidential than like be Trump and just incoherently rant all the time. Like, Trump rants about
I
nonsense.
know you're not talking about sounding presidential. You would have picked Biden over Trump any day. That guy cannot put a sentence together.
Well, yeah, because Biden's brain is melting, but he at least like tries to sound presidential. He's messed up because his brain is.
You cannot. Are you serious?
But do you think Biden doesn't try to sound presidential?
Bruh, yes, I think he tries, but like, he doesn't, is the point.
Well, he does. Well, yeah, because his brain is melting. But I'd rather. Yeah. I mean, there are obviously other reasons why I wanted Biden over Trump, but like.
Well, you just brought up the point of sounding presidential. That's why I brought up mine.
Well, sure. I mean, it's just
Obama was great.
Yeah, Obama was. You ever seen the mashup?
Like the way he presented himself was great.
Yeah, that's why he was very charismatic.
I don't like the Indian guy, the Indian Republican. I know
Vivek.
You know.
Yeah, you don't like Indians? What the hell, Adam? What?
Nah, I can tell he's putting up a front too.
Yeah, Vivek does definitely do. Vivek is a crypto bro, but like, you don't I mean, I don't think Trump puts up a front. I think Trump is just kind of like openly like an idiot. Like, Trump, like like, there's a good mashup of Obama giving a speech after we killed bin Laden versus Trump giving a speech after we killed a guy in ISIS, al-Baghdadi. And like, Obama comes out, gives like a 9-minute well-written speech, and then like Trump comes out, gives a 40-minute rant saying they didn't go through the front door. If you're a normal person, that you go knock knock, let me in, but they didn't go through the front door. He said like our servicemen did a lot of shooting. Like he's just like openly like a 40-minute like rant where he sounds like an idiot the whole time.
Yeah, well, there's this comedian. I'm looking him up right now. I'm trying to remember his name, but he kind of made it like. By the way, I literally debate the opposite of anyone. Like my mom is more in favor of Trump, and I'll literally debate her on why Kamala would be a better president. So like I just put up like I don't know if you realize like. I don't have a political stance. I just start making points against whatever someone says.
Just like Destiny, yeah. Contrarian.
So I don't really like now it sounds like I'm a Republican, but if you were giving me a bunch of reasons why to be a Republican, I would start giving like reasons why I fuck with Kamala, like if that makes any sense. Anyways, look up Shane Gillis.
I know who Shane Gillis is, yeah.
Do you remember his one like when he was talking about like Trump and why people fuck with Trump?
Yeah.
Like I feel like that was a pretty good like understand like it makes sense like you know like that would be if
I mean I agree like a lot of people fuck with Trump because he does that. I just don't think it's a good thing that he does that. Like a lot of people also fuck with Trump because he supports tariffs and people don't understand what a tariff is. But I doesn't really change the fact that I don't think tariffs are good. Like,
yeah, it sucks because I could never run for president. Like, they just wouldn't let a brown man like myself, like a fine young brown man, run for president.
Real.
Huh?
I don't know if that's true. I mean, I feel like if you, as long as you.
If I had someone like Trump going up against me, like someone that talked, like, dude, there's just no like he's literally gonna like start being like, are you serious right now? He's dead ass gonna start saying like I'm for the other side, and people will believe it.
I mean, I think voters just vote on vibes, okay? Mainly about the economy and stuff. I don't know how much thought they put into someone being brown or not.
Well, they put a lot of vote into them being a woman. A lot of stuff. They definitely do. A lot of voters probably voted for Trump specifically because they didn't want a woman as president.
I don't know how many people are still that anti-woman. I think a lot of them. Well, I think a lot of people aren't opposed to voting for a woman, but are kind of looking for a reason not to, and they find that reason. But
so, I've met a lot of people that are blatantly obvious about it. They just don't think a woman is as leadership material as a man. I mean, and as much as you wouldn't want to agree with that because you know it's misogynistic and you want to get pussy and you know you're trying to let the liberal girl like you're trying to tap the liberal girl so you can't say it. But like I mean, let's be real here. A man is more leadership material than a girl, like an average guy, and I'm not afraid to say that.
I don't even know. I wouldn't agree on leadership. I think there's.
Bro, she's not gonna let you hit, bro. Let's just be real.
Well, hold on. Let me be my misogynistic person, right? Like, I think there's a reason, like, women are, like, biologically tuned to a lot of, like, caretaker professions. Like, that's why they're nurses more often. That's why they're teachers more often. But I don't even know if leadership is, like, one of those things. I don't know. I feel like women.
It's just how it's been. It's just how I feel like literally biologically, like it's just how it goes. And it's like
I don't know if I would say that's true for leadership things. I mean, there's plenty of female leaders we can look at. I don't know, like.
But where does it compare to the male leaders?
Compare how so? Like, I mean, there had been more male leaders.
Numbers, accomplishments. Like you can name something like a female leader has done. I can name, and obviously that's also because like, you know, there's a system set. But
I mean, yeah, I was just about to say like like women weren't allowed to be leaders throughout most of history. So
but also it's just like in presentation, like when you I don't know. There's not really an argument I can say without sounding like, but it's just like like it's like I know like a smart, like well put together like guy like is gonna be a better leader than a smart, well put together chick. It's just like we
I don't
both
know.
know.
Well, the issue, well, women are, when we say smarter, like a lot of like women are like doing better in STEM than men like right now. So like it could make sense for like a STEM position that women are going to be better. I think women are able to behave more than men in school. So like
Behave. Oh,
yeah.
like not get in trouble.
Yeah, I think there's evidence of that fact, yeah.
Yeah. I would agree. Just based off of personal experience. Well, I don't know. I feel like women probably get away with a lot more, to be honest.
Well, maybe, well, I think there's evidence that women are like doing better in STEM subjects. And I think part of the reason that people think that's the case is that there's got to be a better term, less rowdy, like generally are more focused than men are in academics at young ages,
Yeah.
at least.
Because guys are probably more focused on like being
Get in,
social.
bitches, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, isn't it crazy? Like I mean, I've talked to several other people about this, so I'm assuming you're gonna be the same way. Like, we kind of do everything we do like to get pussy. Like, you could disagree and make me sound stupid right now, but I know like you agree like to this, and you're just gonna like
I
be
don't.
like, yeah. Like
I
like
mean,
like we build our status up and like we get smarter and we make more money just to like in the most basic, like most fundamental level is to like get a better bit. Like, bro, come on, tell me I'm not wrong.
I think a lot of men do that. I think I don't. I mean,
Oh my
I don't put
fuck.
much. Do you think
I know I knew you were gonna do this. No, I actually just care about learn. Like, yeah, you could, but like, think about it. Like
Well,
you're building up your status so that you can get like a
my
higher.
status? Are there a lot of women? Adam, find me a woman who's really into someone because they have 1,000 YouTube subscribers. Please find me that woman, okay?
Yeah, Bill. I said building, not like you're. I didn't say you were there. Like, maybe if you had 100,000 or 1,000,000, there would be a chick out there that would be like, "Oh, he has 1,000,000 subscribers. I'm gonna fuck with him."
Maybe.
Not, but 1,000 is better than 10.
That is
You know what
true.
I'm saying? Like maybe the girl would go for someone that if there was two versions of you, one that had 10 followers and then one that had 100,000, who do you think she's gonna go for?
Well, I guess the
Just
100,000 one. I guess that makes
Same
sense.
person. Same person. Yeah.
That's true. I guess I am, I was offered a dating show with a, there's like a Twitch streamer. You have not heard of him, but a relatively big Twitch streamer. His name is Wick, who wants to do a dating show with me in it. So we'll see how that goes.
Like try and get you a girl?
Yeah. Why are you laughing, bro? What?
Bro, he's gonna be like in like Vietnam or something. Like it's gonna be like a completely different part of the world.
Yeah, I mean, I know who Wick is. I don't know where he's getting these women from.
It's not gonna be anyone you'll ever be able to see in real life. It's gonna be from like
yeah. Oh well, sure. I mean, it's content. Like it's primarily. I mean, it's like one. I don't know how much do I want to reveal. Like I did.
Is it like already set up? Like you're setting up like every time and date to do it?
No, he just offered it, and like I said, yes, we haven't done much else because I was on a panel of him like arguing politics, and I was making fun of this. I was just making fun of a dude because like he was like muting me because he didn't want to listen to my arguments, and I was like, this idiot is like running away from a 19-year-old virgin who's never had a girlfriend, because he deserves to be made fun of, and Pentuple will never debate me again because he's a pussy.
And
And Wick was like, "You've really never had a girlfriend? Do you want a dating show?" And I was like, "Oh,
what does this guy Wick look like?
He's the hottest guy you'll ever see. Check this out. Here, I'll send it to you. Do you want it on Instagram or on?"
Yeah, I'll take it on Instagram.
Okay. I think he has a wife, I think. I don't remember for sure.
Yeah, Destiny had a wife and that she like left him, right? Or did she just cheat on him straight up?
Um,
Hell no.
The Destiny's wife thing, I'm not fully updated on. I think I think that the story like Destiny gave or whatever was like
Open.
basically,
open marriage.
yeah, so they weren't like an open relationship, but they had like certain rules where like, if they were being with other people, like they had to tell each other. And I think originally Destiny said like he felt like his wife's rules were like overly strict on him and he didn't have many rules on her. And then I think there were new DMs leaked recently, and also that's when like the sex stuff came out of him like sucking dick and everything. The real story there, by the way, is not that he sucked dick, is that he probably shared those videos unconsensually. But I think there was like reportedly he had an affair with someone else, another like streamer named Laura Southern, and like didn't inform his wife of it, and his wife got mad at that.
No, I thought she fell in love with one of the guys she was hooking up with.
Well, that was afterwards. Yeah, she was hooking up with a different person, and I think that person like convinced her to like leave Destiny. But part of the reason she wanted to leave was because Destiny, I think, had an affair. Yeah, cheated, but cheated as a. I don't know the details because I think I could understand like if he didn't feel like it was cheating because they were in an open relationship and he felt like he was giving too much leniency to her and she wasn't giving enough leniency to him, and he just did it without like informing her. But I mean, if she felt like it was cheating, it's understandable why she would leave. Like, yeah.
Damn. Dude, I'm gonna put you on. Okay. So obviously like Andrew Tate is like stupid and
a sex trafficker, but yes.
Yeah. Who else? Like like all of these guys are retarded. Like, don't follow them. But I have one that dead ass like he inspires me. Like this, he's looking like my new role model. Like I've been watching his videos and shit.
Yeah.
You know him, David Goggins.
I don't think I've heard of him. No, but
David Goggins.
Unless oh no, I've seen this guy. Yeah.
Like, and it's not like he never promotes anything. He's like just dead ass, like always like just his whole thing is that you should be grinding all the time.
Yeah, I haven't seen that much of him, but I've seen like a few like shorts with him in it, and it's
just crazy because it's like, I don't know, his whole thing is that like he does everything not for what it gives you. Like he doesn't run for to lose weight. He doesn't study to get, well, he does study to get smarter, but he does everything because it hurts. Like he does everything he doesn't want to do, like because he knows. I don't know. It's like he's
okay. Like a masochist. He just does it because he because it hurts.
I don't know. He does it because like. He does it because he knows he doesn't want to do it.
How do you know he doesn't do it just for a woman?
He has a wife.
Okay, maybe she'll leave it. Maybe he has people on the side, and maybe she'll leave him if he doesn't keep doing it. You don't know. Maybe he's trying to upgrade. He's trying to raise his status enough to divorce her and find a new, better wife.
Yeah. But I'm just telling you what he says, like, on a podcast is, like, he wakes up and it's grinding every day, and he talked about how he like has like really serious problems with like learning, and but he just sits down and spends, because he's a paramedic, and so what he does, he's like accomplished in many things. Like he ran like 120 miles or something, and it was like this crazy like marathon race, and got second place. It was like a world like wide that he did that. He has the record for most pull-ups. Like I think it's like 8,000 something, like most pull-ups in one like consecutive setting, like without letting go of the bar. It's crazy. So that's already two crazy accomplishments. And then he also has written like a lot of books that are like really like obviously really successful because of his social media and everything. But he doesn't even have social media, by the way. He doesn't have it. Like he doesn't have like
Okay.
his own.
Well,
like,
I see him on. How does he? I've seen him on like multiple podcasts though. Like
I don't
he
know.
just-
Like I think like he's been posted like on other things, I guess, but he doesn't scroll on anything. Like he doesn't do that. Like, but and then what else? And then he's like a paramedic, and he claims he studies 6 hours a day, every single day, like just like reading the same like books, like because he has like. Well, he doesn't claim it's a disability, but it sounds like it. He says he has really bad problems with like learn. He's 49 years old now, and he has bad problems with retaining things. So he just reads over the same. He says like he reads over the same page over and over and over because
sure.
like
That's what I have to do.
he says it's a grind. Like like other he doesn't get put on medication. Like a lot of people will like go on medication and stuff, and he's like. And he pretty much explains, and it makes sense to me. He explains like like people are always trying to take the easy way out of things, but in the long run, it's not gonna be the best thing to do.
Well, yeah.
Do some research on David Goggins. He's pretty. He's just badass. That's
Okay.
And if you want to
I'm
watch,
I'm supposed to be on a panel on Thursday about what it means to be a modern man. So
you need to. David Goggins like hates modern man, like that ass, like because he used to be one. Like up to when he was 20 years old, he was over 300 like pounds. Like he was, and then it all changed when he joined the Marines. Like he just hated his life. Like he talks about it. Do you know who Andrew Huberman is?
Nope.
Damn, I'm surprised. He's like a podcaster, but he's a neurobiologist at it's either Stanford or University of Southern California, one of the really good colleges there. And he's like a neurobiologist professor at one of those colleges, and then he has this podcast, and it's got like 5 million. I think like I don't know. But it's a pretty well known podcast, and he just has a bunch of other professors on, and like they just have really like smart conversations. Like you can learn a lot about your body, your brain, like what. There's a video about everything. Like, and then he did a video with David Goggins, and I think it's about willpower, and Andrew Huberman, who is the neurobiologist professor, he's like trying to break down David Goggins, like like in a like the. You gotta watch it. It's like really, and David Goggins it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Do they tell you to take do you still take those brain pills?
Oh, the Alpha Brain?
Yeah, the Alpha Brain.
Why were you hating, bro? I took him once.
Just
better.
Just funny to me that you took Alpha Brain.
Like who cares? Like I stole them. Like I didn't even pay for them. Like I went to Walmart. Yeah, dude, I went to Walmart. I stole a bunch of shit. I stole like a bunch of pills, like D3, zinc, magnesium.
Why are you stealing pills from Walmart? What the fuck?
I think Harris Teeter. I used to do that a lot. I used to just go like with me and my friends, like when we're gonna spend the night, we would go to like Harris Teeter or something, grab a bunch of
stealing zinc pills. You're gonna get what, high on zinc? Is this am I unaware of what
no. No, we would go to get food. We would steal steaks, get chips, snacks. But then, like, we were already there, so we would go see what else we want. And I would just see and I know zinc's good for you, D3 is good for you, magnesium helps you with sleep. So, and then I saw the Alpha Brain, bro. It's free. I was just taking shit. Like, it's not like kind of like, I don't know. It was free. I wanted it, so I got it.
Okay, questionable moral thinking there, but all right.
I don't give a damn, boy.
Okay.
What you think this is? Anyways.
Yeah. Adam, what do you think of what do you think of January 6th? Does that date have any importance to you?
Right. When they raided that place?
There are other things that happened, but why were they raiding the place? What did they want? What was going on in the place?
Bro, oh my gosh, they did it. They thought that the election was fraud.
Yep.
So Trump convinced the his supporters like to go raid it. Well, not really convinced, but he did. He kind of convinced. Like he was edging it on a little bit, and it was enough to get everyone to go crazy and do it.
Well, what did he want, Mike? Do you know who Mike Pence is? American hero,
Yeah,
Mike Pence.
He wanted them to hang Mike Pence.
Well, what was Trump asking Mike Pence to do?
He was asking Mike Pence to lie.
Well, not just to lie, right? Do you know what they do on January 6th? What they're doing again today?
Oh shit! It's January 6th. I didn't even realize.
Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean?
Do you not know what they do?
Well, I know what they did. Like, I know what they did on that January 6th, but I don't know what they do.
Yeah, they were entering the Capitol because there's a thing that happens every January 6th. You don't know what that is?
No.
So every January 6th, they certify the election. So, each state runs their own election, and they have a bunch of electors, and those electors submit their votes to Congress. And on January 6th, they go over all the electors sent in by every state, and basically they certify them. Congress members are allowed to raise objections. So if they go to Arizona and someone thinks there's been fraud in Arizona or something, they can say, hey, I object to certifying this vote, and then they can there's a few different processes for what can happen depending on what exactly the objection is and how many people vote for the objection. But they do this every year. Trump, behind the scenes and publicly as well, if you watch the speech before the people entered the Capitol, and on a few podcasts that some of his supporters were on, they were all urging Mike Pence to not certify the election, which he does not have the authority to do. There were a few different plans for what they wanted Pence to do, but one of them was to just blatantly not certify. Just say, I'm going to reject the electoral votes from these states, from Arizona and Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, all the swing states, Michigan, Pennsylvania. And that way...
Yeah, I know Mike Pence is a good person because he didn't listen to Trump. I learned that
yeah.
What Mike Pence did was noble.
Hell yeah. It was noble, but also it was in compliance with the law. If he hadn't done it, he would have broken the law. The entire point of the January 6th plan was to pressure Mike Pence into breaking the law, the ECA.
Yeah.
So I guess you don't think, do you think that's disqualifying for a president? The fact that he tried to get his vice president to break the law so he could stay in power?
Yeah, but who makes the rules on what disqualifies a president? The people.
Well, there is a rule in the Constitution that says insurrectionists should be barred from office until the Supreme Court kind of rewrote that amendment. But
well, I'll tell you what, man. If I were president, which is, I know this is if I were president, I would try and leave things up to the people, and that would be my thing. Is
Trump explicitly tried not to do that. He said, "Fuck the people. I'm going to try to overturn the election."
No, I know, but I'm saying I don't know. It's the people's country, so if they want him as president, then they know what he did. You know, they still want him as
Well,
president.
a lot of them don't. I mean,
I feel like
he never faced
feel like-
justice for it. He never had to go to a courtroom. Like,
it was about January 6th. Like it's not like an unknown event like that's been scraped under. It gets brought up in every single debate in history. Is January 6th gets brought up.
I feel like most people don't know the full extent of it, and I also think, I mean, Trump was never forced to even see the inside of a courtroom for any of the January 6th cases. He only had to do it for one of the New York cases. Yeah, I don't think most people are. I don't think most people even know much about how the Electoral College works. Yeah.
I don't.
Right. See, exactly. Do you know anything about the fake slate of electors that he had?
Huh?
The fake slate of electors that Trump had?
No. You should talk to my roommate. He supports Kamala and all that, and he's like really smart. He's also an engineering major, but he's like way smarter than me, low key.
Based, okay. But Trump
He's
had
like
each state has their own electors.
He brings up all the same things you bring up.
Is he a Destiny viewer too? I just copy everything Destiny says. Apparently, that's what everyone tells me. So,
damn. Would you let him suck your meat?
We've been over this before. I've talked to people about this. If it got enough views, I would. Okay.
What
I think the number.
fuck?
I think the number. Bro, 1 million. Yeah, 1 million views. I'm doing it. Okay. If I was able to get 1 million views off of it, then yes,
You want
I
a
will.
million people to see that?
It's free. It's exposure. Like for me, what do you mean? Like if it was a video on my channel, presumably not of him actually doing that. That's not allowed on YouTube. But just like about it, like it happened, it got leaked, and I made a video about it, and it got 1 million views. Yeah, that's worth it, dude. 1 million views on a video on my channel, that is worth it.
Bro, that's not worth it for 1 million.
I think it is. I got walked all the way down to 400,000. I would do it for 400,000 views.
Oh my god, you would do it for 10K, wouldn't you?
We didn't get down that far. I don't think I would do it for 10K.
All right, 50K, and that was the final offer.
I would probably do it for 50,000.
Oh my fucking god, you're weird.
Just letting him suck it? I don't see why that's not a.
Hell nah.
I just gotta sit back and let it happen, bro. It's gonna take 3 minutes and it'll be over and we'll chill. I don't see what the big deal is.
3 minutes and you're busting on Destiny.
I
Oh my god.
I could make it happen, okay?
Oh my god, no way.
I just
Bro, you cannot be saying this. This is crazy. You cannot, you cannot ask for someone to listen to your ideas and then say that you're gonna.
This is why people listen to my ideas.
In 3 minutes, you'll bust in his mouth for 50K views for 50,000 people to see, bro. That's absurd.
It's free views. I don't see what the issue is.
Oh my god.
Bro, 50K views is half of my I think it's actually 1/4 of the total views I've ever gotten. Okay, so
bro, that's not worth it.
I think that's worth it.
So you live and breathe Twitch then, right? This is your goal is to get big on Twitch
and YouTube. I mean, I stream everywhere. YouTube does better for me, I think.
Bro, get a degree. Nobody's gonna listen.
I am getting it. Do you think I'm not also going to college?
But at a prestigious college, try and get into Harvard or something.
I don't know if I'm gonna go to Harvard, but
try at least, because people pay attention to. Oh, someone's knocking on my door.
Yeah, bro, Steven Crowder, none of the, I think Vosh has a degree.
It's pretty good. How's yours? What you got? It's pretty good.
I got a little something from my mom. I was wondering if you want.
This guy, he's just talking. Vosh has a degree, but he doesn't use his degree. I don't think any of the big streamer people. Does Hassan have a degree?
I like that.
Does Ben Shapiro has a degree? Ben Shapiro is actually smart. Charlie Kirk. Is Charlie Kirk a high school dropout? I feel like I've heard that before. I don't know if that's true, but I definitely don't think he has a college degree.
And then the chocolate is just chocolate and coconut butter. And it's that.
You do you know how to make it?
Yeah. You just need like a freezer, and that's really it. Yeah, but every like Christmas, we'll make these.
Dropped out of community college.
Dangerous for me. I will just eat the whole container by myself.
Related story in the DEI.
Because when spring comes up, I'm gonna go on a couple vacations. So I gotta make sure. I'm gonna get a few of my tattoos, maybe one right here.
Yeah.
And then here. And when I go, try and get some tats.
Yeah, you don't need a. You don't need a degree, man. I didn't want a degree just because I want to know more about economics, but
It's kind of too promiscuous for my liking.
That's fair.
Like, anytime we'll like take a break or something, when we start talking again, she'll tell me.
uh-oh.
Yeah,
What's this clip? Oh no.
but like,
It's something to me about
would you
sucking dick.
let him suck your meat?
Nah, we've been over this before. I've talked to people about this. If it got enough views, I would. Okay.
What
I think the number. I think the number, bro.
I mean, like, I'll still like if I'm like desperate, like I'll hit her up to one night for a but it's no more than that. Yeah. At one point, I was trying to like pursue a relationship. Like we went on a beach.
Bro, what is he? What's this guy talking about right now?
It's just not something that you see. You're not willing to put up with it.
Exactly. Yeah, but it's like,
It isn't like
exactly.
Degree is good to get work in a relevant field, and it can be good for education if you're not a great autodidact. I don't know how to pronounce that. But in terms of getting an audience online, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, obviously it doesn't matter for that. But like I'm not. If I was hyper focused and trying to get an audience online, I wouldn't get a degree. I would just stream all the time. Although I do that.
Have you ever said the N-word?
Oh, you're back? Hold on, you're back. Have I ever said the N-word? Is that what you asked?
Yeah.
In words or over text?
In words.
I don't believe I've ever, not with another person in the room. I don't believe so, no. Or like in a VC with anyone else.
How many views would you need to say that? Like, out loud?
A lot. Because it'd be potentially like, I don't know. I don't think it would matter right now. It'd probably get me banned on Twitch, but like, I would need a lot, just because it's like potentially like career damaging, right? So like.
Well, it would be career making for you, right? Because you're already your career. You don't even have one yet, like, or you do, but it's like it's not like enough to like.
Well,
live
yeah,
off
sure. But I guess like people might not want to like associate with me afterwards. Like it'd have to be enough to get like enough viewers permanently, which is hard to do. Like one viral video is not gonna translate into a ton of permanent viewers, but it's gonna have to be enough to translate into enough permanent viewers to where I can sustain myself without like collaborating with people. At least people who. Well, I guess Destiny said the N-word multiple times, and people still collaborate with him. But I don't know. It would take quite a bit, just because I'd be worried that like people wouldn't want to do shit with me anymore, and that would be.
I'd just be saying it. I don't even care.
You just be saying it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck.
Soft A or hard R?
No, I just say it with A.
Have you ever said it with R?
Yeah, if I'm like mad.
If you're mad,
Yeah.
who are you saying it at?
I'm in a fraternity, right?
Yeah, I guess.
So just at the house, to anyone who's willing to hear it.
Okay. Valid, based, all right.
So I just say it normally though, because I'm like brown, so I can get away
Oh
with
yeah,
it.
people will let you get away with it. There's a lot less
And
people
I've
who let me get away with it. So
never said anything are literally white bitches. And I just get mad at them every time. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Like, who are you? Like, you're just mad you can't say it.
paste, okay.
Anyways, I got class
Yeah.
at 1:50.
All right.
So
Well, you have perms to join this whenever if you want to know anything. So
are you gonna? How much longer are you gonna be on here?
probably until like 5 p.m. So another
All
4
right.
hours.
All right. I'll see you, man.
See ya. I just be saying it to anyone who will listen. Based. Me for real? Behind the scenes. Also, I've never said it in text either. Don't ask why I specified that. I have never said the N-word in writing ever. Or out loud ever, even with no one else in the room. Also, this is wild to me, man. Like, oh, I have racist mods. Ban them. Stored Washington Post, quoting so-called anonymous sources which don't exist, incorrectly states my tariff policy will be pared back. That's wrong. The Washington Post knows it's wrong. Just another example of fake news. Bro, I have to make a fucking account to read this shit. I just want to know about it. DBCFT. York's reasoning is entirely different from Navarro. She remains strictly an economics mainstream. York implicitly acknowledges that dollar appreciation would offset the apparent trade balance benefits of the tariff on import subsidy. Tariff on import and subsidy for exports featured with DBCFT. For York, the case for moving towards the DBCFT does not rely on an argument about boosting exports, but instead based on boosting investment and capital accumulation. In investment circles, border adjustment taxes, despite appearances, don't affect the trade deficit, but in tax politics, where appearances matter, York's principled endorsement of DBCFT will undoubtedly receive a warmer welcome than it otherwise would, because unschooled lawmakers will go along with Navarro's view that a DBCFT will have the same trade benefits as a tariff. Well, actually, it might, because tariffs barely work to reduce the trade deficit. I shouldn't even say barely. It is hard for a tariff to reduce the total trade deficit. They do reduce bilateral trade deficits if you just tariff a certain country enough. Our purely speculative opinion is that Trump will never agree to a position with DBCFT as a replacement for tariffs, no matter how much his trade advisor might recommend it. Trump likes to wield presidential power. DBCFT would neutralize that power. First, it could become a law only by act of Congress. Second, it would apply uniformly, thus eliminating his administration's ability to negotiate deals with individual nations and individual companies to achieve concessions related to both trade and non-trade issues. This tax, strongly opposed by American multinational corporations and big box retailers, not only would have level playing field. I don't know, is this even true? Is the DBCFT opposed by corporations? I would imagine a lot of corporations would be more friendly to a DBCFT because it makes sure it allows full expensing, and they want to do full expensing. It's also they would have to. Well, the benefit would be they would have to hire less tax lawyers. The negative would be the reason they hire those tax lawyers is because currently hiring those tax lawyers means that they can avoid paying some taxes, and it's harder to do that with the DBCFT. So they would have to hire less tax lawyers, but they might not be able to avoid the taxes much. Would also have provided an innovative alternative to application of tariffs. The conservative administration might do well to look at such a tax as part of its trade agenda. Fuck, I want to read this. How do I make it? I gotta make a fucking tax notes account. Where's the sign up button? There's a sign in button. I need a Bro. There's just sign in. There's contact us, technical support. There's no like register or sign up. Let's just sign in again. Oh, to sign up, click here. Okay. I figured it out, guys. I'm not taking a class just to sign up for this shit. What? I think this is... Hold on. This is not right, man. Huh. Okay. Is this archived? It's not archived, bro. I mean, I guess I'll save it, but I can't really... It's not going to save the... Oh, wait. Will it give me... If I use my school email? Company name? Okay, it's not required. Good. Whatever company name is required, I literally just put non-fun LLC, even though I very much do not have an LLC. We'll get there one day, guys. There is actually tax benefits to me making LLC, because technically, like, there's like games I could play where like I can like deduct my business loss from like my personal income or whatever, because I don't really... Actually, I might make money from streaming. It depends. Because this was like $200, $100. The audio interface was like $100. The lights and everything was like $100. And then I pay $50 a month to restream and like $10 a month to an AI like caption service. And I don't think streaming has made all that back yet. What's up, Sample?
Yeah, what's up?
Not much.
Just quickly, can I test my theory? I'm working on something. I cannot disclose it, okay?
Okay,
But
sure.
three quick questions, okay?
Okay.
Well, one of them is kind of like three at once. Like, do you watch anime? What's the last anime you watched, and did you like it?
Never watched any anime. I guess technically I've seen Pokemon season 1, but that's it.
No, doesn't count. Okay, good. Do you know who this is? Post it in the side chat.
No, I don't. I can't tell.
Okay. And what do you think they meant by this?
What do they mean by this? Oh boy. I'm I'm guessing. Ooh, I don't. Oh man, I don't know, because it's not any of
Okay.
their names or middle names. I guess I don't. I guess they're just calling Obama the N-word. I don't know. That's the only.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I need. That's all I need to know. That's all I need to know.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, how's the stream? How's it going?
You good?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. What are you reading about?
IHL. Cause
Oh, because you got murked in that debate. Oh, I see.
yeah, murked. Yeah, I don't know. I actually, right after the debate, I said, like, I don't think I did well, but, like, when I was editing it, I was like, I don't actually think I did, like, that bad. Like, like,
Yeah,
obviously,
you
like,
did okay. You did okay. They were just like annoying.
I mean, like, if
I
we,
agree.
like, literally, like, he brought up the,
I
like,
mean, you did the 500
500
trucks
yeah,
meme.
trucks, and
It's
it's
like,
like, I'm
yeah,
able to, like,
yeah.
immediately, like, I'm able to immediately be like, okay, well, you know, you have to at least multiply it by, 5/7, and then, like, you have to account for the fact
At
that
least,
UNRAC was kind of like animal
yeah.
feed
But
before.
I
It's
mean, at
like,
least ask them, like, when they ask you stuff like that, and they try to pretend to be reasonable, and they tell you, "Oh, just read more about this. Just read more about this." I mean, fire back. Ask them, "Okay, do you know anything about the Kogat numbers? Do you know what Kogat is?"
oh,
Like,
yeah, yeah.
I
But I
mean,
shouldn't
I don't
even,
know. Be cocky about their research, then it's fair game to ask them questions
yeah, I
about.
should have made fun of it more, because I should have been like, you're, like, asking me to provide, like, all the evidence that, like, El Shifa was used as, like, a military site, like, just immediately, like, have that on hand. But, like, you don't even know that UNRWA changed the way they track numbers. You're telling me they need 500 trucks going in. You haven't heard of any of their Kogat numbers before? Like, really? Like, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I agree. I agree. But yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, thank you for answering my questions.
Okay. Don't know what the point
Yeah,
was,
no.
but all right. I'm also, if you
Well,
send me the,
it's not.
what did you want me to do? You wanted me to read the Benny Morris, Ian Pape, like, back and forth?
Yeah, yeah. Want to read it?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I can read it with you if you want. But if you ask me, don't ask me what the purpose of the questions were because I'm gonna just respond with this image. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. It's way. It's way over your head. It's way too complex. Only I get it.
Okay.
Yeah. But I'm
All right.
vindicated. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say.
Okay.
I'm vindicated so far.
And as always,
But yeah.
forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, either
What
way, yeah, what?
what do you think that I have like 1 month to prepare? What would the best book to read be? Because I could probably work my way through like all of either like Righteous Victims, or I've already read most of Scars of War, but I have to take more notes in it.
What are you debate? What are you going to debate?
Israel Palestine. I think technically the prompt
Just
is like,
broadly Israel Palestine. You're probably going to outmatch them, but
well, no,
I mean,
I think we're talking about whether they're committing a genocide in Gaza right now. I think
I
it's
don't
a
know.
specific thing, but it's just going to come up to.
That's the prompt they wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I've stopped following the war. It's so tiring. It's so depressing. Yeah, I wouldn't know. Is it going to be like a hardcore debate? Is it just going to be a convo? I mean,
I don't know. We'll see.
just like summarize what do you think is the best evidence against, like, the idea that it's a genocide, what the theory cannot explain. And I mean, if we have hypotheses, ideally they should explain the world. And if there are pieces of data they cannot explain, or outliers like relative risk. I mean, you told them about relative risk, and they didn't know what it is. They said, "Oh, everyone is at risk." It's like, yeah, tell yourself, right? So I mean, point to stuff like that. Even though the numbers are kind of outdated, right? It's only been calculated like in March, and you're going to debate in February, so it's like been almost a year since the numbers were calculated last time. You could probably
I mean, we can.
I don't know.
I calculated with some
Find
new
like
numbers
the closest
earlier.
estimates.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
there's like a new like
Regardless, it's gonna be way higher than like 20, probably. Like it's gonna be higher than 20, most
with the
likely.
numbers with the if you take like the Gaza Health Ministry numbers at face value and then take the new U.S. estimate of the number of militants killed, because I think the U.S. has a lower estimate than Israel, then it's 21.97, which is still like way higher than any genocide
Yeah.
would probabilistically
Yeah,
be.
that's
So
what I'm saying. Yeah, yeah, that would be like a piece of evidence against like the idea that we need to keep in mind, right? Like relative risk only measures discrimination, not really proportionality or any stuff like that. But discrimination is a necessary part of genocide. And also, you need to every time you cite data, you need to be prepared on like the theory of data. So if someone says, "Well, theoretically, if we only have one militant, then blah blah blah," it's like, well, obviously, we choose metrics that apply to the real world. And so in the real world, we don't have situations like that, right? Like you know, they use relative risk in studies and other papers, right? Like it sounds like something I pulled out of my ass, right? It's like yeah, um, but I mean yeah. It's like I don't know, it's so stupid, but but yeah. Also, I mean, well, how do you define the area? Because like stuff, you know, there's the modular, granular unit, whatever the fuck. That's also something you need to be. But Avi explains it a lot, though. That's going to be good. I mean, I feel like the relative risk thing is very important. You know, I feel like probably I don't know. John Spencer cites a lot of stuff. I don't know if Lieber has any new articles that might be fun to read. But also, I mean, maybe like the not reading the entirety of it, but like go like I don't know, going over people's summary of the Amnesty report and the criticisms of it. People say they redefine genocide. That's not really true. They just had like a broader conception of the current definition, which I think is like very weak. It's obviously shows that they're trying to reach a goal, in my opinion. But I don't know. Also, it might be good to read up on other genocides, right? Like to have a baseline to compare with, and be like, well, look, I mean, the term genocide is very important. Let's look at what happened in let's look at what happened in Rwanda and the Holocaust and in like Bosnia. Let's look at what happened there. Let's see if it's comparable, really. That might be what my approach would be.
why'd you leave out
But it also depends on
the
how
very
good faith your opponent
comparable
is.
Warsaw Ghetto? What do you mean? Those are the Warsaw Ghetto and Gaza are literally the same.
Well, I mean, will your opponent compare that?
I would bet he would almost certainly. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, they sounded reasonable in the convo.
I'm pretty sure I've seen him cite like the Lancet thing before, the like 186,000 dead or whatever. Like maybe.
Oh, well, then be prepared to debunk that too. Destiny kind of was not prepared to debunk that when he talked to that Hassan guy, not Hassan Piker. But I mean, yeah, I don't know. That's probably what I would do, right? Like, have a historical baseline of genocides to compare to. Have quality data to ground your comparisons in. Be very clear on what the terms mean. So genocide is not, like if you could establish that Israel is systemically, targeting civilians and going after journalists and all that, that still doesn't amount to genocide. That's not what the term means. And also, I mean, probably be good to ask them if they think October 7th was genocide. I'm not sure it was, but like, I don't know. Might be fun to ask them. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Also, like I don't know, they might try to do like word games where it's like, oh well, it's ethnic cleansing and all ethnic cleansing and genocide and all genocide is ethnic cleansing, or maybe I don't know, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, kind of like have a mental model of what your opponent is going to say and try to predict their responses to it, right? Like,
Yeah, I should be. I mean, there's plenty of stream content for me to.
I mean, do they
I know
stream?
Yeah, I know he's a fan of some of the quotes as well. I know he's gonna bring up all the
Let's
Smotrich
go.
quotes.
Let's go quotes. Yes, yes. When they prosecuted Serbia, it was just quotes, no documents, nothing. Yes, yes. That's how you. Yes, yes. We love it. Yes, yes. Thank God. Thank God we have the quotes from 2 days after the worst massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. Let's see. Yes, yes. The most cool-headed people. Yes, yes. I mean, yeah. I don't know. not really terribly interesting. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Be prepared for like low IQ convos. I mean, the politics by other means article by Morris. It's not really going to be helpful for a modern day discussion. It's just a very, very good article.
We said it's funny, right? There's a funny.
It's really good. It's brutal. I mean, the term is brutal. I'd recommend reading it, just for the added value. Okay.
Okay.
Like there will be this one paragraph. It's like next to the end. You need to read all of it to like really appreciate it. All the article to really appreciate this paragraph. But it's brutal, man. It's brutal. Like if I was Pape and someone wrote this about me, I would kill myself. Yeah. But either way, I mean, yeah, that's probably what I would do. That's probably how I would prepare, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Happy January 6th, right?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah, Kamala is going to peacefully and patriotically, unfortunately, certify the vote. God, I hate Democrats. Fuck, I hate Democrats, man. Fuck. Why do we got to do this? Why? Damn, man. Well, whatever. Either way, I mean, are you going to just prepare for that debate the entire month?
I don't know. I'm assuming I'll do other stuff. Like I have, like Wick invited me to a panel on.
Like Trump's getting inaugurated that day, and like the in between, right?
What on when? He's getting inaugurated on January 20th.
Yeah, and you set up the debate for February 1.
February 1st. Trump will be inaugurated by then. Yeah.
Yeah, I said in between.
Oh, in between. Yeah. Okay. I thought you said on that. I don't know how I heard.
No. Maybe I did, but then I corrected myself on it. But yeah. Either way. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, all the bullshit talking points. That's probably what's going to happen, right?
Yeah.
You know, yeah. And also, I mean, I don't know. Like, you could say the war is bad and whatnot. It's just like, why do we got to go full maxing? Like, this is not like Serbia. This is not like Rwanda. It's just not. Why are we gonna do this, right? Like, let's think. We're an army. We're super powerful. We're funded by the like strongest nation in history, and we want to do a genocide. I know the way we do it is by killing less than 10,000 people over a year, and by that I don't mean total deaths. I mean the deaths since like last year, right? Since today to last year.
Sure. Yeah.
Probably direct deaths is less than 20,000. That's your bar for genocide? Dog. What are we doing? I feel like, right?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, very silly. Very silly people. But,
Bro, it's a slow.
I don't know. You can also have your own independent mind, but it will just stop paying you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true, I guess.
I'm just obligated to remind you, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Good to know.
Wait, fuck, I could have submitted a request for a grant, and they would give me money. I forgot. I'll text them. I'll call my dad about it. Yeah, I want free money. You know why. You know why I like money. Not fun. You know why I like money.
I'm aware.
You know.
Yeah, it's in.
Yeah, you are aware. Yeah, you know.
The...
I love it. Yeah,
life conditions in Gaza are impossible. I mean, again, even if you can prove that. That's
also, wait. I've been reading. I've been on my anti-Marxist arc. I've been collecting anti-Marxist books, and I think I found some real gems. I found this one book, totally obscure, but it seems really well made. Called "A Farewell to Marx" by David Gordon. Not Gordon. He's another guy. David Conway. Seems like an actually pretty good, like, critical evaluation of Marx. I'm reading it right now. Although it has dogshit takes on Keynes. Really, you would hate it. Can I summarize to you what his criticisms of Keynes is?
Yeah.
So, well, first of all, it goes over, like, well, this is what Marx thought, and he thought the end of capitalism is inevitable. So in one chapter, he's evaluating the arguments that the capitalism is inevitably cyclically, like has cyclical depressions and is going to collapse and whatnot. And in there, he evaluates like Keynes's conception of why gluts and depressions happen.
Yeah.
And he's like, according to Keynes, and I'm kind of paraphrasing. I've read this like, you know, well, I can't yesterday at night, and I haven't slept since. So like my brain is kind of baked. I'm not 100% sure. Like my recollection is good, but he's
Brass,
basically
no one
saying,
likes the
according to
settlements, man.
Keynes, depressions
I'm not in
happen
favor of the
because
settlements.
savings
Neither is
exceed
this guy.
investments, and so you have resources left idle, and like I'm trying to remember what else he said and whatnot, and workers would like get fired over it. But then he says, well, actually, if savings exceed investment, that's actually like money not even being in circulation. And then, if let's say we have 10 million pounds in our economy, and now 1 million pounds is not even in circulation, well, now the value of 9 pounds will be the same as the previous value of 10 pounds.
Bro.
And he's just basically implicitly assuming that, like, there is no downward nominal wage rigidity, the
Yeah, yeah.
distribution of money is the same, and all that. Like, Keynes talked about that.
Yeah, he
Keynes
literally.
explicitly said wages are
I
downward,
know,
like,
yeah,
have
like.
downward nominal rigidity. Workers will not just be like, oh, okay, well, my wages were 10 pounds. I'm just going to accept 9 now because, the value of money is a change. Yay. No, they're not going to do that, dumbass. And also a bunch of other stuff. But yeah, total slop. But he was basically like just, saying in like 2 pages, basically saying just that. And then like, so Henry Hazlitt was right, Keynes was wrong. And it's total slop. I don't trust That's why I'm suspicious of the book. I need to read more to really understand if this book is good. So that seems like an okay book. It was written with the assistance of G.A. Cohen, which is one of like the founder of analytic Marxism. Kind of
Yeah.
really made Marx more approachable and explicit.
I've
Instead of like
considered reading.
schizobabble.
There was this. It was the book Unlearning Economics cited in his video about like the
Marx
libertarian
after
value.
Sraffa. Marx
Yeah,
after Sraffa
yeah, I've considered reading
by
that
Ian
before.
Steedman. Yes, that's supposed to
Yeah.
be a really good read. Really good read. Yes. I want to read that one day. There's also another book, The Myth of Dialectics, reevaluating the Marx-Hegel relationship, where, it's an anti-dialectics book, which we love. I hate dialectics, and it's good that we have a book that also shares that. And he basically, reevaluates the extent to which Marx was really operating outside of Hegel's mysticism and dialectics, and he kind of argues that, actually Marx was well within it, and stuff. I haven't read it yet, so I don't fully know what the thesis is, but it seemed very base. I might read it because I only read stuff that agrees with me and confirms my priors.
Based.
Yeah, Marx after Sraffa seems to be really good. Steedman was very important for like criticisms of the labor theory of value and whatnot. Well, he's still alive, I think. I don't know what I'm saying was, but yeah, Steedman is good, and Sraffa is also based, as far as I know. But yeah. So I'm on my anti-Marxist arc. That's what I'm reading about right now, and it's chill. I don't need my brain running at full speed. Every time I talk to a Marxist, I'm just like, yeah. Have you read Capital? Oh no. Okay. You know what chapter 6 is? Like there are like 20 something chapters in volume 1, but like just by chapter 6, where he talks about like the idea that like wages will decline until subsistence wages, or like they will converge to subsistence wages.
For what do you mean they already
But like
have? Everyone's paycheck to 100% of workers are paycheck to paycheck.
that's true. Yeah, real wages have not, like, the average Marxist doesn't know what a real wage is. So it's like we have to explain to them, and then we have to explain to them like, I'm gonna cite you data. It's gonna say average. Keep in mind, there's also
Brad
data
Health,
for
we're
median,
both
and it looks
broadly
exactly the same.
Keynesian.
So be calm.
New
Also,
Keynesian.
I'm adjusting for PCE. The results don't change radically if I adjust for CPI, but PCE is better. Okay, you're with me. Okay. And this is published by economists. I know. They use magic. It's simple division. I know. I'll hold your. Oh my God! I'll hold your hand through it. Yeah, that's how you gotta talk to Marxists. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's boring. But yeah. I figured, if I'm gonna debate a lot of Marxists, which are an easy target but like a very destructive one and a fun one to pick on, I better, have I better read the best of bullying Marxists.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. The Israel stuff is boring. I mean, I don't think anyone's going to change their minds on it. But like, I can actually change like people from TikTok's mind on like this death cult called Marxism. It is a death cult. They want to kill people. That's what they did.
I mean,
I mean,
yeah.
they look at
I need to. I never
Luigi and they're
fit it,
like, yeah, base. They look at China and they're like, yeah, base. They look at Ukraine, they're like evil. They look at the USSR and they're like, yay, base. They love death, and they're in a cult. So it's a death cult.
You know what? I guess that's true.
Yeah. Yeah. The Marxists need to prove themselves innocent. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I never had a good like cap to like my Israel arc, and a lot of my notes are unfinished. So I do want to, even if it's not just for this debate, I do want to finish some of my notes on it. So
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And tell me when you did, so I can update my. Yeah. Well, I can look at it. You shared with me your notes.
you know
And
what
you shared it
arc
with everyone.
I'm gonna go on? I'm gonna be going the absolutely evil arc. Israel isn't even occupying the West Bank.
No, that's gonna be bad.
There are
That's
people
gonna be
who
bad.
argue that.
I mean, I
it's
hold
like-
that the occupation is probably illegal by now, right? Like, I don't think it started illegal, but I think it's illegal by now. I think that's fair to say.
I don't know how would it become illegal though. I don't know. That you could make an argument for it if you'd have to argue that like they undermine the
rules for
negotiation
occupation,
process.
right?
Yeah, yeah.
I forgot the criterion for when an occupation is allowed or permitted. And also, I mean, there's the ICJ. I know it's an advisory opinion, but doesn't it greatly inform international law?
I mean,
are all these ICJ judges just like making shit up?
yes. I think. What do you mean? Yes,
Okay.
obviously, bro.
Okay.
They're anti-Semitic,
Okay.
bro.
No, but for real, do you think they're just all dumb?
No, I think there is probably there's got to be some issue with the UN. If like the Goldstone report can come out and like the Goldstone report, to my understanding, just like lies about like certain police that were killed not being militants. It's like there's probably some issue there.
Sure,
right?
but are they just making up international law? I mean, yeah, maybe there's the
No.
Gaza riots report or whatever, but I mean, that seems like a grave, you know? I don't know.
I don't I think they I haven't read that like ICJ opinion, so I don't know. I'm agnostic about it, but like I guess I've seen like whether or not Gaza is occupied like post 2005 is like a complicated question, and I've never seen the UN write more than like a paragraph on it. They just
I
do
agree.
like
I agree with you.
they just like
Yeah, I
say,
agree with you.
hey, maybe like they still maintain effective control and it's still an occupation. It's like, okay, can you at least go a little deeper
Yeah,
on that?
I
Like,
can. I think I can share with you. There's one paper you might enjoy reading it. Actually, there's a paper, the Netherlands International Law Review or something. I can link it to you. I'm pretty sure I
Yeah.
already have. Did you read it?
well, I'll read it. Yeah, if I.
Oh, you said yeah, as if I already linked it.
Oh, no. Yeah. But,
Look up Netherlands International Law, is Gaza occupied? I think it's from like 2014. I could be wrong. Netherlands International Law, is Gaza occupied?
I don't see anything here.
No.
Is Israel still in power in Gaza?
Is Gaza still an occupying power? Is Israel still an occupying power in Gaza? Here we go.
Yeah, I found this.
2016. Yeah. I recall this article being good. It makes a good case that it isn't. Cites examples and whatnot. But I've read it like a year ago, dude. I don't remember anything. And I didn't really care deeply. Like, I'm fine saying either way. It's not like let's say it is, let's say it isn't. It doesn't change the morality of what's going on. I don't really care that much. Yeah. But you should be forceful in the debate, okay? No econoboy syndrome, but no like total freak out over one thing. I mean, if it's someone like what was their name? The VTuber person.
Casey, yeah.
See, total dumbass. Then it's okay to be like, yes or no, yes or no, yes or no. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. But if they're just like, well, it didn't say, like, you're being pedantic about the territories. It's like, no, they were pedantic, and they said they were pedantic, and we should listen to them being pedantic because they're not dumb. They care deeply about what they're writing. Okay, like yeah. I mean, there's the camera organization. They have a lot of like apologetics stuff. I want to call them. I'm totally fine calling them apologists. It is apologetics. I don't love them, but I mean, it might be useful resources to you.
Sure.
They might have useful resources to you. I mean, they run the whole 6-Day War website.
I don't know. You know what I'm gonna do? Actually, I'm gonna DM Cam
You don't know about
Higby,
it?
my favorite pro-Israel warrior, Cam Higby. I'm gonna say, send me. Well, I don't even know if Cam Higby has notes. I think Cam Higby, unironically, just takes what the IDF says and like spouts it out. But
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, but just when you talk to someone and they have dog shit beliefs, don't be on the defense. But the best defense is attack. Ask them questions. Be like you're uninformed. Be like you are, and also bully them. Be like if they are totally clueless about what they're talking. Be like, last debate, you told me to do the research. It doesn't seem like you did it. So I don't know. That'd be funny. Like I don't know.
well, they have something on the USS Liberty.
Yeah, he's on an arc. Okay, he's debating. He's fighting with the USS Liberty schizo guy.
Dude, my chat. There's one of my chatters always brings up the USS Liberty, and it's like I literally don't.
That's true.
Like you're
Good,
asking
they're
me
woke.
like whether or not Israel attacked a ship in 1967. I don't. It doesn't really inform my opinion now. I don't care that much about it, but they bring it up nonstop. It's like, dog, kill me. I don't. It's not relevant.
Yeah. Well, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Also, the end there was supposed to be like Biden, right? On Obama. Like they uploaded pictures. Every picture was a letter. And Obama got the end for some reason.
Yeah, I was guessing that part, but I was like, what are they associating Obama with N for? Because I would assume like.
Well, I mean, it might be random chance, right? It might be like, oh, here's a bunch of pictures of Biden, and we have the letters Biden over them.
Well, but they don't stand for anything. It wouldn't have been. It wasn't. Isn't it like? Isn't like A is for awesome and Joe Biden is awesome. It's just
they
like
could have made it more subtle. They should have put it on Obama's forehead or something, so we know it's not personal. It's like yeah. I mean, I know. It makes you think. It gets the gears going in your head. But yeah. Either way, don't watch anime.
I have no interest in anime.
That's good. Yeah, well, yeah. You don't know about the 6-Day War website?
I feel like I have been on this before now that I go to the website, but I haven't extensively used it or anything.
Yeah, 6daywar.org. 6daywar.org. They have like a bunch of stuff on 242. A bunch. Like go to Resolution 242 and they just have all the quotes. It's like really useful.
Okay.
But yeah, that's about it. I gotta go to sleep. My brain's fried. I drank Monster. It was good.
I love Monster based.
That's true. Wait, let me show you something.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. Okay, check this out. You ready?
I'm ready. Yep. Incredible.
Yeah. Don't tell anybody, okay?
Okay.
It's our secret that you showed to stream, okay?
I did show it to stream, yeah. I'm gonna, yep.
Just for the apocalypse, You never know.
Okay.
You never know when Iran's gonna attack again. You never know. But yeah. I was one day, when Iran was attacking, I was going to the grocery store, and there was just this cart full of Monster Energy, and I was like, I took a picture as
You
if
sent me
I'm
that
buying
picture.
it
I
all.
remember. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, you have to be ready. You have to be ready. You gotta waste your money because you never know if you'll make it. That's right. AI will kill us all. That's why I'm spending all my money, not saving not saving a dime. Not saving a dime. I'm the ultimate Keynesian. That's what Keynes said. He said, "Spend,
That is
never
what
save."
Kane said.
He said that.
Yes.
He did. He did say that. That's why he never saved any money. The money he made from stock was from consuming stocks. It was never
Yeah.
from investing in stocks. That's true. That's true. Never let anyone tell you otherwise.
That's also
But
why
yeah.
I hated the Jews, right? Because they were saving money. They
That's
were.
true. That's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. No, it's because he loved Marx, and Marx saved the Jews.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yep.
That's right. Yes. Yes. Either way, whatever. Marxists are gay. People who are like annoying about Israel Palestine are gay, and the gays are straight. They're based. We love them.
Okay.
Yeah. Bye bye.
True. Accurate. Talk to her. Who is the other guy? It's sample text. What do you mean, who's he? You guys don't know? He was the #1 non-fun orbiter.
For a vote certification that was probably for two reasons.
2025, and shall be entered together with the list of the votes on the journals of the House and the Senate. Thank you very much.
I saw people objected under Section 3, Amendment 14.
Informed and authentic. And it appears therefrom that Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 5 votes for president, and Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota received 5 votes for vice president.
President and JD
Of the global environment that we're living in right now, and not.
The state of Florida received 9 votes for Nebraska seems to be regular.
And it appears therefom that Kamala D.
Harris.
And it
I thought wasn't there someone objecting?
Virginia,
I thought.
State of Minnesota.
State of Minnesota.
J. Trump of the state.
They probably viewed this as a fool's errand to even begin the process of looking in any way like the Republicans looked 4 years.
My favorite Israel defender.
See if we can.
Hold on, this isn't. I don't know. I've seen worse stuff from him, but Israel's legal right to West Bank. Oh Jesus!
So the International Court of Justice has just ruled absurdly that Israel's occupation of the West Bank, Judea and Samaria, really, is.
This is who I'm gonna be in in 3 weeks, guys.
Illegal, unlawful. And I wanted to unpack this with you today, but it's not actually going to be in my own words. Well, it sort of is. It's going to be a clip from a documentary I produced. A few years ago, I created, alongside Roger Walters, a film called Settling the Facts, which you
Hold on, Malibu. I literally, did you not hear me say what I said? I really do not care about the USS Liberty. I don't care. Why would I care? I
Find
don't.
on YouTube. Anyone can watch it, and I'm going to show you a short clip from it. This is the documentary, and it goes into the issue of Israel's presence in Judea and Samaria from a moral standpoint, a legal standpoint, a historical standpoint. It looks at the individuals and the people involved. What I want to show you is the section that deals with the legal questions. It won, by the way, a few film festival awards, which we're very proud of, but I think it's a really compelling documentary, and the clip I'm going to show you unpacks for you so you can understand very clearly the legal questions. Now, let's just bear in mind the ultimate reason why I believe we have clear rights to land. Apart from
Malibu, you can't open it. You can't open anything with Candace Owens and expect me to take it seriously. If you're talking about like why you think the USS Liberty was attacked in your. I might unsub if you taught you should unsub if I actually become unironically Israel settlements are based. Okay, I give you all permission to unsub if I start saying the settlements are based in Israel and I start calling the West Bank Judea and Samaria, bro. Candace Owens talked to a USS Liberty survivor in a long interview. I don't take anything Candace Owens says about Jewish people seriously. I'm not gonna take what she says about the U.S.'s liberty seriously because she's Candace fucking Owens. Yeah, I'm aware. This video is not about U.S.'s liberty. It's about IDF formation. Enroll in Zio Monster Nation Building Project. I don't care about that right now.
Connection, historical, indigenous, legal, all these things, is that God, the creator of this universe, the owner of this universe, assigned it to the Jewish people. Let's be absolutely clear about that. But it's also important to know that within the realm of international law,
kill me.
The Jewish people have the clear right to the land. And even if it wasn't the case in international law, I would still say we have the right to it, and I can't...
What's up? You're muted. You gonna... Place your hand over your field. That's called a purpose. You're alive. What is this? What is this about? Okay. Yes. Okay.
I'll say I have a great deal of respect for some of these bodies which are so hostile to Israel, but nevertheless, it's important, or at least useful, to know these facts. So I want you to have a watch of this clip because in it will give you a lot of really crucial...
Inform me about why do you hate Candace? Candace Owens is an insane anti-establishment, like anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, and Candace Owens says science is a cult, and didn't she say she's not sold on the globe Earth or whatever? Yeah, I'm not going to take anything Candace Owens says seriously, especially if she's talking about anything relating to Jewish people.
Information for tackling the nonsense claims.
I guess doesn't lose credit. You never hear the word. Honestly, number one, I think they do. Yes, I think they do. Number one, I kind of think they do. I'm not going to lie. If someone talks to Candace Owens, I take them at least a little bit less seriously, okay? But secondly, I don't put much weight. Again, one, I don't care. In the first place, you keep bringing this up when I've already said I don't care. The Israel could have attacked U.S.'s liberty. It doesn't change anything for me. So one, I don't care. But two, I wouldn't put much weight on one person's story, regardless of whether he was talking to Candace Owens or like a reasonable person. Was a reasonable journalist who would talk about this. I don't know. So if he was talking to Benny Morris or whatever. I don't think Benny Morris didn't do interviews, but he doesn't host interviews most of the time at least. But
word settlements used in the context of Israel without it being preceded by the word illegal. I wanted to delve deeper into international law and see whether this is indeed the case.
I did not bring up today. Well, you didn't, to be fair. I brought it up because there's this one chatter who brings this up repeatedly, and it's annoying.
On the 23rd, 2016, the United Nations Security Council passed Resolution 2334.
I'm glad Candace spoke up against Israel operate. Candace did more than that, brother.
Stating that Israel settlements constituted a flagrant violation of international law and has...
the settlements are almost even the occupation can be legal and the settlement's illegal. Those don't necessarily preclude each other.
No legal validity. But this resolution has no legal standing itself because it is a non-binding resolution. The resolution tries to argue settlements are illegal from pre-existing international law. So let's look into this. What does binding international law say about the settlements? Let's first explore the role of indigenous rights in international law. As we saw earlier, the Jewish people began their journey in this land 3,000 years ago. All the places I visited on my trip to Israel are places the Jewish people have historical and biblical connection to. Judea was the birthplace of King David and the location of Jerusalem, which was the capital of the kingdom of Judah. Samaria was the capital of the northern kingdom of Israel. Shiloh in Samaria is mentioned in the Hebrew Bible as a location of the tabernacle before the construction of the first temple in Jerusalem. Hebron was an important city and a center of worship, and where Abraham, Sarah, Isaac, Rebekah, Jacob, and Leah were buried in the cave of the patriarchs.
Mallory, you've talked about it multiple times.
There are very few peoples in the world.
Nothing she said was false, and she has receipts. When she says evolution isn't real, what do you mean? That's false.
The Chinese, the Indians, very few people in the world that have a recorded history in a land the way the Jews have in the land of Israel. It's harder to say whether the
recognizes the rights of indigenous people to settle the land they come from. However, these rights in international law are somewhat vague because the practical parameters can be hard to define.
The word settler is being used very promiscuously and in an entirely negative way. Settlers include the Prime Minister of Israel.
You are losing it? What? Because I said evolution is real? Are we fighting on that now?
Living in downtown Jerusalem, the businessman living in Tel Aviv, a child living in Bnei Brak. To other settlers, two-state solution is...
The term settler is a tactical ploy.
Okay, I don't care about the settlers.
When they're speaking in English and they call someone a settler, they're referring to Jews who live in the West Bank, not including Jerusalem. When Europeans use the term, they'll use it to also include Jews living in primarily Arab neighborhoods or in parts of Jerusalem that were occupied by Jordan. And sometimes they'll use it just to describe more generally Jews living in predominantly Arab areas.
Talking about her reporting on Israel. Well, she just, I don't know what she said on. First of all, I guarantee you she said at least one false thing about Israel. I don't know everything that she said about it. Obviously, I disagree if she says Israel's committing a genocide, which I believe she has openly said. I obviously disagree with that. The USS Liberty, did she say anything? She just interviewed a guy, right? I don't know if she's making a claim in it either way.
And then you ask Palestinian when they use the term, they're using
Like
it
you
to
say,
describe
keep wanting to
every
talk about
single
it.
Jew
You
living
avoid it. You say, I keep bringing. You have brought it up multiple times in previous streams. Yes, and I say I don't care, but you keep bringing it up. I talked in a longer discussion only once. Okay.
in the Holy Land. And all of this is because settler.
Okay, I don't care. Enough apology. Whatever. I looked into this. I need to read more about it, but like, it's insane to me. People say like there's no evidence of them using El Shifa, but like even Amnesty International has said that they used El Shifa, and then like Israel's claim. At least I'm pretty sure Gorps even said like Israel didn't even claim that they had a tunnel under El Shifa, just near it, but they did at least claim. Maybe you don't believe them that there was a tunnel under the surgical building in El Shifa, and then I thought this has something on El Shifa too, but I don't think that has photos. It says de facto headquarters. That's just a media report, but staring Castelled. But this site, which I think is Israeli funded, typically has like some of the best. Like their reports are usually the best when it comes to like actually providing like all the pictures of stuff and yeah. I don't know if they have reports. Read this. What? How Israeli Defense Force made a nation. Who is this guy? Israel's a nation formed by its army. Well, I would basically agree with that. Yeah, they had to kind of fight their way into existence, huh? You know, there were a lot of people who declared war on them as soon as they declared independence. Anyway. Okay. Any problems? Because in many instances, fighting was nearly indistinguishable from war, despite one not being formally declared, as in for example, transit operations in China and Italy's invasion of Ethiopia. With the creation of the UN in 1945, the international community agreed to outlaw the use of armed force in interstate relations except as authorized by the UN Security Council or in self-defense. Therefore, no state could declare war except possibly in the limited circumstances of permissible self-defense without violating the UN Charter. Another reason for states to avoid formal declarations of war. The UN was created, states agreed to outlaw the use of armed force except in cases of self-defense or security council permission. States meeting in 1949 to finalize the text of the Geneva Conventions. Took account of these developments and agreed that the conventions would apply not only to cases of declared war, but also any other armed conflict which may arise between two or more of the high contracting parties, even if the state of war is not recognized by one of them. 1949 Geneva Conventions. Make sure to account for cases you must consider reading about Rhodesia, its situation. We're looking at Israeli hegemonic project. I don't why do I care about this? What do you want me to look up? Rhodesia, Israel relations I could look up? I don't know. I don't know if Israel's trying to... They might have funded the whatever Rhodesian genocide or whatever, but like... Rest in power, Ian Smith. I have no clue what that is. You would have felt formal war. Oh, here, I'll do this. Not only all cases of clear war, but also any other armed conflict which may arise between the contracting parties. This wording ensures that the conventions apply to any declaration of war, even if there are no actual fighting, as well as any armed conflict between states, regardless of whether war is declared or recognized. The situations in which the convention apply are discussed below. What is armed conflict? Read about Rhodesia, not about relationship with Israel necessarily. Why do I care about just Rhodesia if it's not related to Israel? I would imagine you're trying to prove something that like Israel did something bad in Rhodesia. Is that not what you're trying to? Is that not what you're trying to prove? There's no definition of armed conflict in LOC treaty law. A body, jurisprudence, and state practice has built up in relation to non-international armed conflict, as explained in Section 3 below, but opinions differ as to what constitutes an armed conflict in the international context. There's no definition of armed conflict provided by LOC treaty law. And although state practice and jurisprudence has built up surrounding non-international armed conflict, opinions differ on what constitutes armed conflict in. Do they abbreviate international armed conflict as IAC? I feel like I've seen them abbreviate the non-international armed conflict, but and let's say interstate. Conflicts. There's a settler supremacist project that had war with natives, was under embargo and sanctions, had a racist white settler, a little African native influenced society, and it failed. That's why. Okay. Oh, I should probably do this, huh? Oh, and I should also... Where's the donation thing? I need the money I spent. I had to spend $50 today just for fucking restream, bro. Hold on. Second colony to declare independence from Britain Empire like US did. World War Chinese, black communists, many black Africans fought with Rhodesian government against them. Okay, I need to focus. Sorry. Okay, my bad. Shit. Okay, I do need to pee though. Hold on. I'll be back. Look at this funny bunny. This bunny's so funny, guys. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Oh. Nope. Fat. He's not fat. He's ideal weight, bro. Ideal weight. Anyway. Oh, forced military service. So you back on that train? Any country of forced military service, it's an illegitimate country. Which implicates literally like 90% of countries. 90% sprout. Well, it depends where you draw the line. Because a lot of countries, obviously, most countries have mandatory drafts. Like if they are to go to war. Will you look into it before debate? Probably. I don't know how much I care about Rhodesia. Probably not. I don't care. The opportunity cost of reading like a whole thing on Rhodesia is too high. Like I'd rather just read Benny Morris. Like I think that's gonna give me more utility. The ICRC position is that an armed conflict exists as soon as there is a resort to armed force between two or more states. This formulation follows the International Criminal Tribunal for former Yugoslavia's Tetic judgment. What is this term? Because it is similar to, but why wouldn't I? Okay. Oh, that's it's just some guys. Okay, never mind. Wait, but that's, you understand the opportunity cost Malibu is like way too. Why wouldn't I just read? Why would I read about something like Israel when I could just read about something? When I could just read about Israel. Interpreted by the ICRC, meaning as a recourse to armed force by one state against another state, regardless of the reasons or the intensity of this confrontation. This is similar to the commentary to the Geneva Conventions, which explains that armed conflict is any difference arising between two states and leading to the intervention of armed force, regardless of how long the conflict lasts or how much slaughter takes place. Another, and the duration and intensity of the conflict are irrelevant. Some writers refer to this as the first shot theory, according to which an armed conflict exists. IHL applies from the first moment that force is used. Okay. I always confused the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps for the International Committee for the Red Cross. The acronyms are too similar. I'm glad we got chat fighting on mandatory conscription now. Okay, ICRC. Employs a first shot theory. Really should be this, right? Of armed conflict. Holding that one starts as soon as force is used between two states, regardless of the duration and intensity. Bay Schengen gang, Bay. Unironically, oops, fuck. Like, that is probably the main tactic I would use. It's like, I think you're probably, I don't know how big of an issue of actual slavery you do have. But, yeah, that's what you do. It's like, well, if you're just defining this thing as, like, slavery, then, like, I don't think we can say that slavery is always bad. It's like, if you're just defining this thing as, if you're defining this thing as like force or whatever, like people will say, dude, it's when like or stealing. Like if you just define stealing in such a way that taxation is stealing, then like I don't think we can say that like stealing is bad. Then like it's like okay. You can do the same thing for genocide too. It's like, well, if you're just defining genocide as something that would include like half of all wars, and like I don't think we can say that like genocide is bad. It feels like that's kind of a dumb definition of genocide then. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. It's all about the marginal utility. It is, Timothy. Welcome back, baby. It is. It's all about the utils. It's all about the utils. Oh, it's gone. Bye-bye, cat. Slavery is fine if you based unironically though. Remember, dude, that was some. I mean, obviously, like that's an entailment. Like, it is so dumb when people go down to arguments to me. It's like, I think we should maximize utility. Well, doesn't that entail that if slavery was utility maximizing, we should do that? And then like, yes, but like any other, like yes, like I don't dispute my position entails that. Like, if it's utility maximizing, then like yes. Based, okay, but like under any like set of real world assumptions, I don't think you can make any argument for slavery being utility maximizing. You'd have to like presuppose like so many things that like aren't true to get to a position where slavery is utility maximizing. Like it's just not like super. It's just not relevant. Like who cares? Like. One of the reasons for this view is that if the violence must reach a certain degree of intensity or duration before it qualifies as armed conflict, there might be a period in which force is used but not regulated by IHL. The ICRC, in particular, is obviously concerned to ensure IHL principle applies to the greatest possible extent from the earliest possible moment. The International Law Commission followed the TATIC formation in its 2011 draft articles on the effects of armed conflict on treaties during international armed conflict as a situation in which there is a resort to armed force between states. No threshold is recommended by the ILC, but in any event, the commentary to the draft articles made clear that the use of this definition for the purpose of treaty law, which is the subject of draft articles, and is not intended to affect the rules of international humanitarian law. Others consider that isolated incidents or skirmishes involving armed forces do not constitute armed conflict. Or here I should mention, or I know what the ICTY is. And they mentioned the ILC, right? Oh, they mentioned that's the commentary to Geneva Conventions. Benefit of such is that no use of force is permitted, or no use of force is. I don't want to say it because the use of the ad bellum doesn't necessarily have to be permitted. No use of force. There could be no use of force not subject to IHL principles. Because the use of force doesn't have to be permitted for IHL to apply. You can do something ad bellum that's illegal, and still do it in bello legally. Others consider isolated incidents or minor skirmishes, even involving armed forces, do not constitute armed conflict. And minimum requirements of duration and intensity and intent of the parties must be met. The UK Ministry of Defence, for example, notes that accidental bombing or unintentional border incursion would not constitute armed conflict. Solis and Dinstein take the view that a border incident would not be an armed conflict provided it is over quickly and neither party intends to engage in armed conflict. The International Law Association concluded in 2010 that state practice and opinion jurists, judicial opinion, and the majority of commentators support the position that hostilities must reach a certain level of intensity to qualify as armed conflict. The ILA sought to address the concern that this approach would leave a legal gap where interstate violence is not governed by IHL, suggesting that in practice IHL can be and is on occasion applied by states even in the absence of armed conflict. This is not a complete answer, however, since it appears to leave the application of law to the discretion of the states concerned. Taxes paid as percentage of income to slavery in the name of fighting a war for a state. What the fuck? What are we on about now? Oh wait, Malibu, are you just doing the dumb thing? No, Mal, I think you're making the I need the analogy. I need the analogy like infographic. You're thinking I'm comparing A to C when I'm just comparing the relationship of A to B to the relationship of C to D. I'm not comparing A and C. I'm comparing the relationship of two different things to here. I need that analogy infographic, like relationship comparison. Fuck. Meme. Fuck, there's a funny infographic I'm looking for. But basically, no, I'm not comparing taxes and slavery. I'm comparing the arguments that people make. I'm comparing the same style of argument that people make for both, right? Where we say, like, you define slavery in such a way that I don't think we can say, oh, slavery is bad. In the same way, if you define, theft in such a way that includes taxation, then I don't believe that we can say, like, theft is bad. I'm not comparing. I don't know why your brain thinks I'm comparing taxes and slavery. I'm comparing the arguments that people make for both. I'm not comparing A and B. I'm comparing the relationship of A and C to the relationship of B and D or whatever. I think I used the wrong letters. It doesn't make sense, but regardless. It's more economically efficient to enslave an Indian person than to pay one. At a certain point, well, again, economically efficient does not mean utility maximizing. I've never held that position. Oh, another kickbot. Let's go. At a certain point, we must act. we must ask: is the enslavement of few worth the benefit of the many? Well, it's all about the marginal utils, baby. And I get there's like a there's what's the word? Knock-on effects. There's knock-on effects from like saying, hey, we're gonna allow the violation of someone's negative rights in order to benefit the whole, right? So there's an argument you can make from like rural utilitarianism that like maybe we could hypothetically come up with a situation, even with some level of real world assumptions, where like it'd be utility maximizing to like enslave one person, but on the whole, in order to do that, you'd have to violate someone's negative rights, and on the whole, negative rights utility maximizing. Therefore, we should grant everyone negative rights and not allow people to violate them by enslaving each other. So there's an argument from utilitarianism that you can still make that you shouldn't violate someone's rights, even in the case where the violation of one person's rights would be utility maximizing in that one instance or whatever. Their writers attempt to reconcile these positions. They prefer to view that armed conflict exists as soon as there is a resort to armed force between states, so there could be no legal vacuum in a period that moment in hostilities reaching the threshold requirements discussed above. They see no reason why IHL should be not applicable to all circumstances, but they point out that in practice, the rules of IHL are relevant to the particular circumstances will apply. So in short, minor border incident in a short minor border incident, very few rules of IHL would be relevant, but if during the incident a member of the opposing armed force were to take taken prisoner, the rules and prisoners of war will govern that person's treatment and so on. Taxation thus involves a separation between the market and government that does not exist. Everywhere the government facilitates the conditions of a market treat. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, but if you're non-aggression principle, then some of the non-aggression people don't think the government should exist at all, but. Did you hear the election? What happened today? Trump won. No, I know they certified the vote. Unfortunately, Kamala Harris did not read the Eastman memo enough times. I don't know what she's on. I mean, Johnny's been laid out a very solid legal theory, a very solid legal theory for why the ECA is not constitutional. And Kamala Harris could have rejected the electors. I don't know. Look, Liz, don't you think Kamala Harris could have rejected the electors? I don't know. No blue Jan 6, Jan. Why are Democrats so cut, guys? Why didn't we use our own Jan 6? Look, at least you still hold you say they changed the law, but it doesn't matter if they changed the. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I knew you were gonna say that. It doesn't matter. It's unconstitutional. What do you mean? Eastman said it was unconstitutional. It doesn't matter if they changed the law. The law's unconstitutional. Are you fucking stupid? What? Like. I mean, one, just because they changed the law doesn't mean it was legal before, even within the law. Eastman himself said he was going to break the ECA, so I guess he was just lying then. But also, the ECA is unconstitutional. I don't know what you mean. If you think Eastman's such a good lawyer or whatever, like, he said the ECA is unconstitutional. Do you think the ECA is unconstitutional? Because if it is, then it doesn't matter if Kamala Harris is going to break it. It's unconstitutional. At least let a court rule on it, even though multiple courts have ruled in it by now. At least let her go to the Supreme Court. What do you mean, bro? Accepting the NAP seems to apply anarcho-capitalism laws. Yeah, I mean, it basically does. Eastman said had to do. Wait, look, let's answer my question. Do you think the ECA is unconstitutional? Relax. I don't know. Probably not. Okay, thank you. I mean, there's a few different routes. I mean, I'm pretty sure. Do you think Eastman? Do you think Eastman was wrong when he said that his plan would violate the ECA? Do you think he was just wrong? That he didn't understand his own plan enough to know that it wouldn't violate the ECA? On to contend. There should be a minimum duration or intensity. To constitute an armed conflict. They said the ICA, right? At least the UK. Or ILA, not ICA, ILA. John Eastman wanted to try to recommend to maybe potentially violate this, like the most. He said his plan would violate the ECA. I don't know what you mean. He said one more relatively minor violation. Wait, Coy, why do you never answer my questions, Localist? I'm not going to go off of this until you answer it. Was Eastman wrong when he said his plan would violate the ECA? Yes or no? Was Eastman wrong when he said his plan would violate the ECA? And the International Law Association. His plan was Eastman wrong when he said when he was recommend. I mean, what do you want me to call it? He wrote down his plan in a memo and in emails. His plan. Yes. I mean, Kenneth Chesbrough helped too. What, are you mad that Kenneth Chesbrough isn't getting credit as well? Because there are other people who helped. Like the plan that Eastman was recommending when he said it would violate the ECA. Was he wrong? Still cherry picking from already concise takes? Am I cherry picking? What do you mean? What? Part of the plan doesn't violate the ECA, part of it does. Okay, so you acknowledge that Eastman... Wait, which part doesn't violate it? What? That's kind of like part of, I mean, if you're saying part of it does violate the ECA, that kind of implies, yeah, the plan as a whole does violate it. Even if, like, yeah, the parts, like the parts where he, what do you mean? What do I mean? I don't know what you asking. I don't know what you're asking. Still cherry picking from already concise take. I don't know what you're asking me. I don't know what you mean by, I don't know. So you do think Eastman wanted to violate the ECA, right? Localist? Or Eastman recommended violating it? Even if only part of the plan violated it? If we are weird cope answer? I'll support this position. This is just in practice. So it still apply. IHL in the absence of armed conflict. Tell the guy you'll take on immigrants and patents. That he knows you're smart, low. He wouldn't argue with somebody who has a good immigrant patent take. I don't know. I am 100% right on that. I don't know how you could say that patents aren't evidence of. When I say evidence, all I mean is that something that increases the probability of the proposition being true. I think it's like the definition of evidence, right? So like, you know, if this is the example that Sample gave me, okay? If like I wake up every morning and like there's no cheese in my fridge, well, that is evidence to the effect of there being goblins in my fridge that eat my cheese. Now, does that necessarily entail that there are goblins in my fridge that eat my cheese? No, but it is evidence to the effect of that being the case. It's not necessarily good evidence. There can be bad evidence and there can be good evidence, but might be mice. Well, I mean, yeah, but you would say like it's still evidence to the effect that there are goblins in my fridge eating my cheese. It's just not particularly. There's a lot more things you'd have to prove for it to be goblins. Like, it's still evidence to the effect. It's just you can argue that's not good evidence, or it doesn't prove it beyond a reasonable doubt or whatever. Like, I got a water bong patent when I was in high school. Are you trying to say that it made the world a better place? That's evident. I'm saying, okay. Is your brain broken? I'm sorry. That doesn't follow from my argument. My argument is that because getting a patent does require a test of it being new and novel, okay? Sometimes that test fails. Getting a sophistry? How is this sophistry? Getting a patent is evidence to the effect is evidence of innovation, as it increases the possibility of innovation occurring because there is a test that a patent has to go through to be a new and novel idea. Does it necessarily entail innovation? No, I'm not saying that. Just like because cheese is missing from my fridge in the morning doesn't necessarily entail that there's goblins eating my cheese. Getting a patent doesn't necessarily entail innovation. However, is the fact that the cheese is gone every morning, is that evidence that there are goblins eating my cheese? Yes. Is it good evidence? No. In the same way, well, not quite in the same way, because I just say correlation, not causation. It's not even a correlation causation. It's an evidence thing. Just like, you know, when I say patents are evidence of innovation, I don't mean it necessarily entails innovation. I just mean it increases the probability of there being innovation that's occurring. Okay? I don't think it necessarily entails innovation. I think it's just evidence of it. I don't think it's perfect evidence, but I do think it's a relatively strong evidence. I'm not convinced that the majority of patents are bullshit. I'm not even that look, I have a book right here about patents, okay? And it goes over why some of the tests fail, because it goes over like, oh, you know, whatever, in 1982 we made like a centralized court for patent appeals, and like, hey, look, all of a sudden after we made a centralized court, a lot more patents were granted, and companies were a lot more likely to be rewarded like big financial rewards when they sued other companies for patent infringement. And like it goes over like, hey, this is fucked up. Too many patents being granted. Companies are given too much money for suing other companies for supposed patent infringement for things that aren't even new and novel. Or it's not told that it's goblins. I'm not making a claim that it's goblins. I'm just making a claim that the fridge and my cheese being gone, it's evidence of the effect that there are goblins in my fridge eating cheese. Centralized court real. I mean, it's arguably justification for creating like a centralized court for patent appeals. It just didn't turn out well, because the issue they were having before is that like there were I don't know if the goblins are lactose intolerant. The issue they were having before. Why do you think goblins even like cheese? Well, they only eat my cheese, bro. They're not eating anything else. The issue they were having before is like it would just go to like the regular like circuit courts, and like they all had like wildly different rules on patents, and it like just didn't make much sense. It was an issue. Outside of the under 1 million Native Americans, everybody's basically an immigrant. All American innovations came from somebody who is not far removed from votes. So real brass house. Glad you accept that we're a nation of immigrants. My race realist in chat does not like you for that, Brathhouse. Okay. Okay. Many reconcile these positions. By stating, armed conflict exists as soon as there is a resort to armed force between states. But then in minor conflicts, only a small amount of IHL rules would apply. So in a short minor, border incentive very few rules of IHL will be relevant. But if any incentive member opposing force for taking prisoner, the rules of prisoner of war will govern that treatment and so on. Okay. I'm not xenophobic like half that goddamn panel. I don't know if I'd call them I don't think anyone at panel was fully xenophobic. I died 34 minutes ago. Comment. Tiki Tank and Brett, that's not even his name, and Brass are delusional. I think there's a lot of misinformation spreading in debate. I work in HR. The point that one cannot switch employers is 100% lie. The employment is at will, and employees can 100% change. 100% change employers or visa sponsors if they find a better job. When it's sponsored a visa, they're not instantly transferable, is my understanding. It is possible. It's just hard. The process is called H-1B transfer. Research on that. However, there exists a type of visa which you are talking about where they cannot change employers, which is L1 visa, not the H-1B. Also, talking about being paid less. H-1B are paid as much, if not more, than other U.S. citizens and colleagues on the same team. It depends, but. Oh, what the fuck? Wait, why are we sending this clip again? No, we already.
Would you let him suck your meat?
Nah, we've been over this before. I've talked to people about this. If it got enough views, I would. Okay.
What
I think the number.
fuck?
I think the number, bro. I don't see what the. So we established non-fun will suck a dick and put it. Okay, both of those things are for money. Do you not? Okay, you don't realize both of these are. I mean, it's voluntary, but it's for money. It's not like I'm just doing it for fun. It's for money. See the $10 goal for money. I'll put the dress on for money. Okay, money. You're gay for pay. I mean, I would be gay for enough pay. Okay. First of all, I don't think putting the dress on is intrinsically gay. PPG will be interested. But second of all, the dick sucking thing, it is gay for pay. But like, yes, if it's enough money, fuck it. What do you mean? Obviously, yes. What do you mean? Like, first of all, the thing is, okay, I don't even think getting your dick sucked is that gay. It's gay, but like it's not like that. It's not like that gay. Just lie harder, like, cause you're just like sucking it is the more gay thing, right? Like just getting it sucked is not like that. I mean, it's gay. I've definitely called someone gay for doing that, but like it's not as gay as many other things, right? Like, can we at least agree that sucking a dick is more gay than having your dick sucked? In addition to declared war and actual armed conflict, gay is binary, not on a spectrum. It's either super gay or not gay at all. I don't believe that. Come on, Pinocchio, you don't need to go full circular. How am I circular? How am I circular at this point? What do you mean? This should be an easy... I don't see why this isn't easy to agree upon. Getting your dick sucked is not as gay. So sucking your own dick gay? Sucking your own dick is less gay than getting your dick sucked by a guy. But it is still more gay than, for example, just masturbating regularly to straight porn. I would say that it falls in between those two things. Like, we have like the perfectly straight, like just masturbating to straight porn, and then like we have the like sucking your dick is like a little bit gay. It's like not that gay, but it's a little bit gay, okay? And then getting your dick sucked. Now we're in gay territory. Okay? This is gay territory. But then past that we get like the more and more gay stuff. So I would say like getting your dick sucked by a guy is like the minimum like gay threshold. So sucking your own dick, I would not consider that. I want to consider it to have met the gay threshold, but it is more gay still than other activities. Is considered masturbation, which isn't gay? Look, Les, obviously masturbation can be gay. Like what if I'm masturbating to gay? What if I'm masturbating to another guy in the room? What if we're masturbating together? What do you mean? Obviously. Are traps gay? I mean, there's a spectrum of gayness associated with traps, depending on how feminine they look. Like, the more masculine they look, the more gay it is. The less masculine they look, the less gay it is. If they are like literally indistinguishable from a regular woman, but just have a penis, I would say it's more gay, but not necessarily. I would say it's about as gay as like getting your dick sucked. It's like minimum gay threshold. So it's only like a little gay. Anyway. In addition to declared war and actual armed conflict, Common Article 2 extends the Geneva Conventions to all situations of belligerent occupation where territory is occupied by a foreign army, whether or not the occupation is resisted. Do you think econ PhDs should be familiar with the history of economic thought? I think they should be familiar with the Art Traps gay conflict. Okay, thank you,
No
Brass
dresses.
House.
I'm making this donation in hopes that the stream remains dress-free.
I appreciate the 20, Brass House. Thank you. Hell yeah.
Give
now
them
I'm
hell no fun.
less in debt, okay? I'm only $30 in debt because I had to pay $50 for a restream today, okay? Listen. The $10 girl photo dress still stands. So if anyone does want to spend the $10 to make me wear the dress, I will adhere to it until I get a donation when I'm wearing the dress that says stop wearing the dress. These are the rules. Okay? But I appreciate the 20, Brass House. Thank you. It helps a lot, yeah. And I appreciate you making me not wear the dress. Okay, comment Article 2. Extends the rules of the Extension of the Geneva Convention to all situations of belligerent occupation. Even if it is not resisted. We're this far gone now, man. I need to recapture this GIF with what you just said, Browse. As way too much thought into the gay threat. Put way too much thought into the gay threat. I need to make sure I'm always safe at the gay threshold, okay? This is why, okay? You got a receipt for the dress. I think you could write it off in your taxes if you wear it straight. I mean, if I had an actual LLC, then yeah, I could write off literally all the, like, my computer business expense, teleprompter, phone business expense. I could write off all this business expense. I didn't buy the dress though. The reason I bought the dress, or sorry, I got the dress, is because I did like a gaming competition with Isaac one time, and I lost. And he made me wear a dress as punishment. That's what we agreed to. We said we have to wear something on stream if one of us loses, and I lost. So, yeah, we called it Lib versus Lib. Oh, no. Gosh, hell yeah, thank God.
Oh, you're in?
Yeah, I'm in.
Hi, where are you? Oh, I see you. Why are you? You're.
And I lost, like, 2-5, I think. It was not.
Because you probably.
It was not great. Oh, maybe 3-5. I lost in my own fucking game, dude.
Hear you. October's coming a little bit early, my boy. Stream. Don't mind my hair from editing.
Why is this shit lagging?
So non-fun. I hope you're watching this on the stream. Don't mind my hair from editing, but let's just say October's coming a little bit early, my boy. Coming to a non-fun stream near you.
Still have it. I did break it, but I don't think it's starting soon. I was just curious what he's up to. But you play chess but not Go, bro. I do you think I don't even know how to play Go. I'm not good at chess. I lost the chess game miserably. I remember that non-fun was like, oh no, I lost. I have to wear this dress now. Oh no, damn it, guys. Oh no. Listen, this dress has made me quite a bit of profit, okay? Exclamation point TTS in the chat, by the way. I will buy a new one at some point, okay? Because it will make profit. I need the, like, classical, like, made femboy one. Because that would be profit maximizing, I think. Should have played Kung Fu Chess. Look that shit up. What? What is this? Is it just all nights? Or is this real-time chess without turns? Oh boy. Fire. If territories occupied during our hostilities, the situation is covered by the first paragraph of Combat Article 2 or other armed conflict. Occasionally, however, territories occupied without any accompanying hostilities. The states negotiating the Geneva Conventions were conscious that during the Second World War, territories such as Denmark had decided not to resist German occupation, believing resistance to be futile. In drafting the Geneva Conventions, therefore, the second paragraph was added to Combat Article 2 to exclude the possibility of occupying power refusing to adhere to the laws and customs of war on the ground that occupation was not part of war or other armed conflict. This ensures that even in cases such as Denmark being occupied, or Denmark not resisting, resistance is futile. Does somebody actually write that? I don't, yeah, what? I'll read that in a second. Malibu, not resisting German occupation. German US still. adhere to the rules of IHL. You know, it's from a comedy, right? Those words have meaning outside the context of that comedy. What would you rather have them say? This seems like a unreasonable thing to get mad at, but okay. Skinny 19-year-old cis hetero guy from North Carolina has no problem dismissing the struggle, I'm assuming, of men who risk their lives to escape war and forced mobilization into the Ukrainian army. Are you kidding me? What do you think my position? My position is not that the men conscripted into the Ukrainian army are like happy about it. My position is just that mandatory conscription does not make a state not have a right to exist. That's obviously dumb. Like that would entail 50% of countries not having a right to exist, and I take that as a reductio. Your position is evil. Okay. Even after many dozens of bodies are found on Ukraine's border with who's killing them, brother? Russia is the one killing. I'm not going to blame Ukraine. Russia's the one killing them. What do you mean? With Hungary and Romania are found stuck in the mountains in a border area of Romania. Exactly. It does make it have zero right to exist. Well, you realize, again, this position entails that the U.S. doesn't have a right to exist. Finland doesn't have a right to exist. The Netherlands doesn't have a right to exist. All these countries have zero right to exist. That's an absurd position. I need your help, dude. I'm trying to figure out how to do more streams of my shit. I figured the OBS shit out. You told me I need to figure out how to get other people on. When you say get other people on, Brass, do you mean like what Sarah does, like what the panel that we were on together? What's up? Hello?
Well, I mean, I don't think it's absurd to hold the position that states don't have rights to exist or whatever, if you apply it equally. So to someone like that, I just ask, do you think Israel has as much of a right to exist as Finland, Germany, U.S., I don't know, Morocco?
Sure.
That's the question. Yeah.
Okay.
And if they say no, they're dumb. Right?
Yeah.
No, because the settler colonialism. Oh, so they don't have. So they have as much as the U.S., which did it even worse. Maybe they have even more because the U.S. did it worse. Right?
Yeah.
Eventually, it will be like the Jews. No. But yeah. People like that are annoying and dumb, and you think they're smart, but they're not.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, what they use is, I think it's called StreamYard. I think they use Stream. I forget if they use Stream. There's a competing song. There's StreamYard, and I think Restream has it too. But I only have ever used it to call in. Yeah, they use StreamYard. So in order to do call in stuff, I don't fully know how this works, but I believe they don't even. I don't know if they use OBS. They might sometimes, but this program allows you to basically do those type of shows. It doesn't let you. I don't think it lets you do what I have. Right now I have my entire screen captured, and I can do all these things play twerk break, and I can I can show my entire screen. Although it lets you share some of your screen, I think, but. It has alerts, if someone follows, it'll play the alert thing. My understanding is that this doesn't let you do that. It basically...
Are you sick of...
It just lets you do what they do, where they have, panels to let people call in and stuff. But, you can just have Discord, and I know you've used Discord before.
The StreamYard on air. Next, select a source for your webinar. I'm going to select the build...
But this is what they use, Brass. They use something called StreamYard. I'll, link this video. It goes over what exactly you can do.
StreamYard Studio. But you can also use the pre-recorded video option if you've already recorded a video. Decide if you're just streaming to on-air.
You idiot realize where Ukraine's border of Hungary and Romania is compared to frontline intense Ukraine's border of Hungary and Romania is compared to frontline intense combat takes place. Look on the map. They die on border without Russia killing them. They die while feeling cold in the mountains because they are lost and drowned in the TC River. Well, the entire reason they're conscripted, first of all, I recognize that I I didn't read when he said Romania. I responded to it before finishing it, right? So I said, I recognize this when I read like the, people are dying or whatever. I said, brother, Russia's the one killing them. And then I continued reading and it said, well, Romania. But the entire reason they're conscripted in the first place is because they're at war with Russia. I don't know what you mean.
Or if you'd like to multi-stream to multiple platforms, write the title and description for your webinar. Allows you to collect next to embed.
They die because of a law. Yes, laws sometimes cause people to what. First of all, I don't hold a position that a law that causes people to die is necessarily immoral. Like, we have laws, for example, governing who. I don't know if the American government has laws regarding this. Like, some countries have laws saying that people over the age of 70 can't get organ transplants, and that law certainly causes people to die, but also causes other people to live and make sure that organs go to people who get the most value out of them. It's like, just because a law causes people to die does not mean that law is bad in the first place, and B, definitely does not make a state illegitimate. You are a morally bankrupt, irresponsible chump. For real. And also, the only reason that law had to be implemented was because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So again, the proximate cause here is still the Russian invasion, not the law. The only reason the law was... They weren't even conscripting 18-year-olds until recently. Even if the war had just ended sooner, even if Russia had just pulled out sooner, 18-year-olds would not have been conscripted. So the proximate cause here is still Russia. But yeah. Wars of national liberation. Stop, you realize Ukraine could be in a war with anyone. Yeah, and in that, what do you mean? Yeah, in that case, I would say the proximate cause would be whoever they are in war with. Yeah. If Poland invaded Ukraine and they had to conscript 18-year-olds, I would say the proximate cause is Poland's invasion of Ukraine. I don't see how that doesn't really change anything. Proximate cause is loose. What do you want me to say? I don't know how else I would describe it. Digital Protocol 1 to the Geneva Conventions builds upon Covenant Article 2 and applies to conventions and protocol not only in armed conflicts described in that article, but also armed conflicts in which people are fighting against colonial domination and alien occupation against racist regimes in the exercise of the right of self-determination, just like Hamas, guys, of self-determination, as enshrined in the Charter of the UN and in the Declaration of Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations. You justify the existence of a state, centralized, that had no say in its border shape and has no moral superiority to other states because it glorifies... Yeah, because it glorifies Nazis. Wait, hold on. I think I'm reading that. Actually, no. By the way you phrased it, I can't tell if you think that I believe a state's right to exist is based on whether or not it glorifies... Not the way you're phrasing this makes it sound like I believe in Ukraine's right to exist because Ukraine glorifies Nazis. Also, I don't know what you mean by had no say in its border shape. I think Ukraine had about as much say as all the other post-Soviet states in its border shape. Now, presumably you don't think any of those states have a right to exist either, because to my knowledge, all of them also have some amount of mandatory conscription. I think actually I don't know. Estonia, like the Baltic states, might. Presumably they have like selective service. I don't know if they mandate that you spend like 2 years in an army or whatever, but. Estonia instituted compulsory military service in late 1990. Okay, so they do have compulsory military service. Soviet Union didn't make it didn't have patents for real. Actually, I don't even know if that did the Soviet Union not have. It wouldn't surprise me if the Soviet Union did have patents at least at some point, at least in the last 10 years or whatever. Ukraine's border from Romania is confirmed every 5 years by Romania. And first, I don't know in Ukraine. Does it back to Romania? Okay, so one, I literally don't know what you mean, but okay, I'll accept this as true. Yeah, maybe not every state, but most states have agreements with with countries on their border, defining what that border is. I don't see how that conflicts with anything I said. It's reciprocal border. Yes, most countries do that. Like what? Most countries have an agreement with other countries about where their borders are. I don't know. I don't know exactly what this agreement between Romania and Ukraine is, but I don't really like. Again, I said Ukraine has about as much say as in its borders as it does with as like any other. Who has such a joke? Why is this a joke agreement? What even is this agreement? But like I don't like a lot of countries. Like I haven't heard of another country doing the every 5 year thing. But I also don't even know what this. I don't even know what this 5 year. I don't even know if it's real or if you just made this up. But like yeah, countries. The only way you get a border is if other countries recognize that border. I don't think that means a state has no say in its border. Like, obviously, no country can really unilaterally determine its own borders. That's why I said Ukraine had basically as much say in its borders as all the other post-Soviet states, which also did not have unilateral say in their borders because they need other countries to recognize their borders. Where did Ukraine fight for its borders? I mean, Ukraine declared independence, right? I don't think Ukraine ever really had that much conflict with the Soviet Union, right? I don't know when they. I mean, they fought in World War II, obviously, but they were still part of the Soviet Union. I don't know. Like, there are a lot of countries that have borders that did not have to fight for their borders. I don't know what the relevance of this is. And presumably there was some, I don't know much about it, presumably there had some low intensity conflict between Ukraine and the USSR as they were declaring independence, but they're treating it as valuable as long as it's respect. Literally, this is true of literally every country. What do you mean? What do you mean? What? Yes, other countries have their borders set by treaties and agreements with other countries and the UN and like all these other. But you don't even agree that gives a country like Israel has treaties with other countries, like with Egypt defining their border, but you don't agree that gives Israel legitimacy. I don't know. Israel, if you're saying fighting has to occur to create borders, like Israel, no country has fought for their borders more than Israel. I don't know what this point is about, man. Okay, Digital Protocol 1. Poor Israel. I'm just fighting Malibu on like, I don't even know what point Malibu is trying to prove right now. I'm still lost in what point Malibu is trying to prove. I think Malibu is trying to prove that like, if a border is set by like a treaty, then it's not really a deserved border or whatever. Wait, didn't they declare the nation? What, Israel? Israel declared independence, yes. But immediately after they declared independence, they fought a war and secured more and got their borders, the 48 border. Like, they had the 47 partition plan, right? And they were, I mean, you might dispute that they were actually going to accept it, but they said they were willing to accept it. And the other countries didn't. The Arab countries didn't. Palestinians didn't. And they fought a war, and Israel gained territory in that war. I think I mentioned it in a protocol. But the U.S. has treaties from Mexico and Canada for the border. Yeah, I know. Yes, like, this is true of, like, almost, like, presumably there's got to be an example somewhere of a country that doesn't have, like, bilateral treaties for its borders. But just about every country has some, like, bilateral treaty to define its border with its neighboring countries. Like, at what point will they reach this independence? What, Israel? I would say Israel definitely got its independence by the time it joined the UN, and I think they only joined the UN in 1949. Yeah, 1949. I don't know. When a country is, like, fully independent, it's kind of a blurry line sometimes, because, like, they declared independence, but weren't a part of the UN until 1949. But even then, a lot of countries didn't recognize them, right? So, like, do you know what independence requires? I don't know. What definition are you claiming that Israel is not currently an independent nation? Israel is an apartheid state and sucks for part and that sucks for part of the population. Real. If Israel wasn't the supremacist racist project, it would be quite normal. Okay. But that doesn't Malibu, it doesn't make sense, because you believe, like, Israel's ontologically a racist supremacist project. You believe Israel, like, by nature of it ever coming into existence, is a racist project. What do you mean? Self-run, independent. Is Israel not? What do you mean self-run? Is Israel not self-run? Israel is run by itself. I don't know. Like, always, self-run is a spectrum too. Like, they're like, which part of independent are we which part of independent are we having issue with? What is your claim that Israel's not an independent nation? I don't know what you mean. My claim is that they are not correct. Okay. I don't see, like, Israel has no, like, the UN, I guess, technically has some authority over it, but, like, the UN has some authority over all the other independent countries, too. Like, when I say independent, I just mean, like, they can make rules for themselves and, like, their own citizens, and there's no government over the government of Israel that controls what happens in Israel's borders. Like, I mean, the UN can kind of do that, but the UN can do that to other countries too. They can govern but not defend themselves. I don't think defending themselves is. There's a lot of Iceland. Do you think Iceland's an independent nation? Yes or no? Is Iceland an independent nation? Yes or no? When a protocol was adopted in 1977. These accounts of conflict, wars, and national liberation have been prevalent since the late 1940s as colonies fought for independence from their reluctant metropolitan powers. No, Iceland is not. Okay, then like, I don't see why a definition of independent necessarily entails that you have to be able to defend themselves without help from other people. Like Iceland is clearly like an independent sovereign state. It's not like a colonial state, but like it doesn't have a military with which to defend itself without help from others. We could imagine a state that's just, I mean, any state is not able to, and that's just a silly thing to even add. Okay. Any state faced with a big enough enemy cannot defend itself. Like, do you think Panama, I don't think Panama has does Panama have, I forget, or is it Costa Rica? Is Costa Rica independent? I'm pretty sure it's Costa Rica. I don't think Costa Rica has an army. Yeah. So is Costa Rica not independent? You would hold that Costa Rica is not independent? Could the U.S. defend itself if the entire world attacked it? I don't think the U.S. could. Well, I don't. No, probably not. It just seems like a weird definition of independent that you're required to be able to defend yourself. Panama is doing okay, funds from other countries, but you would hold that Costa Rica isn't independent, right? You would have to hold that. Conflict of the sort. The comment and the lead up to, let's say, in the gap between the 1949 Israel cannot wait. Can you answer my question? You would hold that Costa Rica is not independent, right? Also, so now you're changing it from being able to defend yourself to survive on your own. What kind? There's a ton of countries that wouldn't be able to survive on their own. What do you mean? Like most countries are not able to be entirely self-sufficient. This would entail that like most island nations are not independent. Like Fiji is not independent. Like they don't have an army capable. Wait, also capable of defending themselves from who? What do you like? Iceland has police that would be able to defend themselves from like another army. Let's say a hypothetical army which has like one boat and machine gun in it, right? Like Iceland's police would be able to defend themselves from that, right? You acknowledge it. Okay, you acknowledge there is a military small enough that Iceland would be able to defend themselves from, right? No, Maida, this is way stupider. This is whether a country can be classified as independent if they aren't able to defend themselves effectively. I'm trying to find out whether or not like this is. I'm trying to like go through the arbitrariness of this because I'm saying like clearly hypothetically, nope. Wait, you can't imagine a hypothetical army small enough such that Iceland could defeat it. What do you mean? Obviously, like you couldn't an army with one person and a machine gun. This is an army. This is something. Wait, okay. Oh, you respond to him. Sorry. You would agree that there is a hypothetical army small enough such that Iceland could defeat it, right? Iceland is fine. Fine. Earlier you said Iceland is independent or not independent. So you will concede that there's a hypothetical army small enough such that Iceland would defeat it. What the fuck? No, I did not say that they are. I did not say they are independent. Yeah, I know. You said that they weren't independent. So right now, I'm asking you, would you concede that there's a hypothetical? I know. I'm aware. I don't know why you think I said that, but I'm asking you, would you concede? Scroll up one page. I know, I'm aware. Yes, I said, considering the fact that you said they weren't independent on the basis that they can't defend themselves. I'm aware that's the only way in which this argument works. I don't know why you think I'd be asking this if you think I think that you thought Iceland was independent. Would you would concede that there's a hypothetical military small enough such that Iceland would defeat it? Considering Iceland does have people and guns, and I didn't say they aren't on the basis that they can't defend themselves. That is, I'm pretty sure you did, buddy, because you said Israel wouldn't be able to defend themselves. This is exactly how lunches and Asian crews yell at each other. You said Israel wouldn't be able to defend itself, therefore it's not independent. I said, well, Iceland isn't able to defend itself either, right? Because they don't have a military. So would you concede that Iceland isn't able to defend? You say the same of Costa Rica too, right? Wait, would you say Costa Rica is not independent? Why is it called Iceland if it's green? Real. Scroll up, buddy. I am so to where? You said no, Iceland is not, and that's just a silly thing to ask. You said they can govern themselves but not defend themselves without help from everywhere else. My take is Israel cannot. But you can see that Iceland wouldn't be able to either, right? Wait, my whole point is defend themselves from who? My whole point is the arbitrariness to defend themselves from who, right? Because obviously we can imagine a military small enough that Israel could defend themselves from, even without help from the outside world. And my point is going to be that's the same. Nope. What do you mean no? We can't conceive of that. You can't conceive of a military small enough such that Israel could defend themselves from it without help from the outside world. What are you even on about, bro? This is not arbitrary. Well, you won't answer my questions, which leads me to believe it is arbitrary. Would you concede that there is an army small enough such that Israel would be able to defend themselves on their own without help from the outside world? A hypothetical army that's small enough such that Israel could do that. Oh, well, what if? Did you not, how many times did I say the word hypothetical in the past 10 minutes? Probably like 500 times? I asked it the same thing for Iceland. Once? No, I said hypothetical so many times. We can go back to my stream. We can watch me say, can you answer my question? Hypothetically, is there a hypothetical army small enough such that Iceland could defeat it? Is there a hypothetical army such that Iceland could defeat it? I said that same thing like 10 times, bro. What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay, go back. Why are we? This is such a waste of my time, dude. But okay, I will prove to you that I said hypothetically. Iceland is how is Iceland a straw man? Iceland doesn't have a military, right? Bro. What do you mean? What? I'm talking about Israel. I'm applying. You said a country is oh my god, you're so fucking retarded. Kill me, bro. You said a country is not independent if it cannot defend itself on its own without help from the outside world. So my comeback to that was, well, what about Iceland? Iceland doesn't have a military. But, like, everyone still considers them an independent nation, despite the fact that they don't have a military and therefore, aren't really able to defend themselves without help from the outside world on the basis of them not having a military. What do you mean? This isn't a straw man. This is an analogy. Like, an analogy is not a straw man. Okay. Yes or no? Can we go back to this? Yes or no? Do you think Iceland is an independent nation? Japan does have a military. There's no way Japan doesn't have a military. Okay, I'm retarded. However, you're not addressing my point without talking about Iceland. It's a direct analogy. What do you mean, brother? The same is true, again, Costa Rica as well. Doesn't have a military. Here's my point missing treaties. No one should have to die to defend borders set up by treaties. Real. So we just let other countries violate other countries' sovereignty and don't do anything about it? Direct analogy. Yes, what do you mean? Yes, it's an analogy. How is this okay, if you're saying I don't believe a country is independent if it can't defend itself on its own, how is it a straw man to say that would entail that Iceland isn't independent? That, like, do you dispute that it would entail that Iceland is not independent? It's not just an analogy, but it is a direct analogy. How is your brain rotted so much? Iceland is dependent. Okay. So you would also say the same with Costa Rica, right? That's what I said. Yeah, I know. That's what you said. You would say the same with Costa Rica, right? You said the same with Costa Rica, right? Costa Rica is not independent. Would you say the same for Costa Rica, that Costa Rica is not independent? Should be so. It just, oh my god, bro, it does not take this long. Will you say the same for Costa Rica? I shouldn't even go down the path, whatever. How many others do you prefer? I just want you to say it for Costa Rica because that's the only other country I'm aware that doesn't have a military. Would you say the same is true of Costa Rica? And I guess there's other things that we're considered, like, I guess Vatican City is considered a country by some people, but by most people. But just real quick, you would say the same with Costa Rica, right? Because the other examples in micronations, but you would say the same with Costa Rica, right? I have no position on Costa Rica. Okay, I don't know how you don't. Costa Rica doesn't have an army, so, like, by definition, okay, whatever. Okay, whatever. Forget about Costa Rica. I don't care. Would you agree there's a hypothetical army that is small enough such that Iceland could defeat it? This is the same question I've been asking forever. Would you agree there's a hypothetical small enough army that is small that Iceland would be able to defeat it, right? Because Iceland does have its own police force. They're not countries do not have a standing military. Okay. According to CIA. Why concentrate on Iceland? I'm using... Kill me, brother. Okay. Well, I don't know why your brain is so broken that you can't engage with a hypothetical at all. But okay. Do you want to run the logic on Israel? Would you agree there's a small enough army such that Israel could defeat it without help from the outside world? It's not a straw man. I don't know. Do you know what the definition of straw man is? It's not a straw man. You admitted that your position. I don't know how you think it's a straw man when you admitted that your position entails that Iceland is not independent, considering you don't think that Iceland is independent. Oh my god, man. Do you think that there's a hypothetical small enough army such that Israel would be able to defeat it without help from the outside world? Do you think that there's a small enough army, hypothetically, that Israel would be able to defeat it without help from the outside world? Now this is content. This is horrible. Horrible content. Iceland is not independent. Oh, okay. So I love how we don't answer my question. Do you think there's a small enough hypothetical army that Israel... Because we couldn't... Okay. The point I'm doing with Iceland is that Iceland has literally no military. So that... And my point is still, like, even with Iceland, like, we could easily, acknowledge that, like, there's a hypothetical military that's small enough that even without help from the outside world, Iceland would still be able to defeat it. The logic works even better with Israel, considering there are many countries that even without help from the outside world, Israel would be able to defeat right now. Israel would be able to defeat? Do you think Israel would be able to defeat Iceland without help from the outside world? That's a question. Answer that. Do you think Israel would be able to defeat Iceland without help from the outside world? Is this an interview? How about you address the I'm directly addressing what you're saying, brother. What do you mean, brother? PPG joins Mexico's army to defend it from transpacific forces. Mexico had the biggest army. Real. Yeah, no army could defend themselves from an army which has PPG in it. Israel could not take on brother, how do you think that, bro? Dog, kill me. Dog, kill. Okay, I'm gonna get. I'm gonna get. I'm gonna the thing I was trying to prove is that like there's clearly like it's kind of arbitrary to like say a country that's not able to defend themselves, because the question is defend themselves from who? Like obviously, like Iceland would be able to defend themselves from a small enough. By the way, thanks for the sub. Sorry, whoever the fuck subbed. Iceland would still be able to defend themselves from a hypothetical military that's small enough. And then like Iceland's obviously not able to defend themselves from most other countries, but like Israel would be able to defend themselves even without help from the outside world, from Iceland and from a lot of these other, from a lot of small countries that even ones that have military, because Israel has it. Israel has a decent military even without help from the outside world. Also, like, how would you ever get to Palestinian independence then? What, do we think Palestine is ever going to have a strong enough military to defend themselves without help from the outside world? Like, what? Kill me. They do have a decent military. So, like, it's like arbitrary. Like, almost no country would be able to defend themselves from a simultaneous invasion by NATO and China, right? If NATO and China were teaming up against any other country, like, almost no country is going to be able to survive that. Where do we draw the line here? It seems to make more sense to draw it based on like self-governance and ability to make laws and rules for your own citizens without another governing entity superseding those rules, which is true of like even micronations like Liechtenstein and the Vatican City. Even though they definitely could not defend themselves. How am I talking around the subject?
Picks it up and throws it away.
Okay, I'll be back in a second. I don't know how I'm talking. I don't know how I'm talking around this. I don't know how. Your brain is melted. My brain's melted. I'm getting a fucking snack to unmelt my brain. Oh my god. I got cereal. If you were going to take a stand on Antarctica, they could win against any country. Even Iceland could win against Antarctica, okay? Antarctica, you know what? Trump should just come out and annex the, oh, I've seen, yeah, I know, I'm aware of Jared Bernstein messing up the, why we sell bonds. Anyway, we do have a claim on Antarctica. We do claim like a triangle. Trump should come out and just say, we're going to annex this. Fuck you. Oh, wait, do we not? I thought we did. I guess not.
It obviously begs the question, why exactly are we borrowing in a currency that we print ourselves? I'm waiting for someone to stand up and say, why do we borrow our own currency in the first place?
Like you said, they print the dollar, so why does the government even borrow?
Well, I'm pretty
sure doesn't Antarctica have oil? I don't know. There's like certain science that you can do there because like there's no light pollution or whatever, so you can do like observational science and stuff, and you can, I think there might be oil as well.
Again, some of this stuff gets, some of the language that some of the language and concepts are just confusing. I mean, the government definitely prints money, and it definitely lends that money, which is why the government definitely prints money, and then it lends that money by selling bonds. Is that what they do? They sell bonds. Yeah, they sell bonds, right? Because they sell bonds and people buy the bonds and lend them the money. Yeah. So a lot of times, at least to my ear with MMT, the language and the concepts can be kind of unnecessarily confusing. But there is no question that the government prints money, and then it uses that money to yeah, I guess I can't really talk. I don't get it. I don't know what.
Kill me. Wait, they have to wear, they can't heat shit indoors in Antarctica? What do you mean? No shot. Or maybe it's really hard to power it? That'd be miserable. This guy ain't wearing a coat, although he's outside. He's just a Chad. He just doesn't mind being cold.
Of administration
He's wearing a hat.
Over IP. Said down this hallway is all.
I know they have to raise the buildings every year. What's up, Isaac? Look, at least you live in Chicago, which is basically Antarctica, right? You know, Antarctica is basically absolute localist hell. They can't sustain themselves at all. They have to import literally everything. You know, Antarctica's trade deficit, guys, is Antarctica's trade deficit is massive. You are like 1 hour from me. You know what? Actually, maybe Antarctica's trade deficit isn't that big because their balance of goods would be very much in deficit because they import a ton of goods, but Antarctica would arguably export like quite a bit of science, right? What's up?
You know what else is massive?
Kill yourself. Guys, what if non-fawn got a low taper fade? What's up, PPG? Okay. In the protracted negotiations culminating in the 1977 December Protocols, however, developing states succeeded in having these conflicts classified as international in December Protocol 1, with the results that the rules of IHL, in particular those relating to prisoners of war and occupation, would apply to those their struggles for independence. Many states objected to its development. The principal objections was that the wording of Article 1.4, Article 1, Section 4 is vague, and it introduced subjective and political concepts into international maritime law, basing the law's application on the motives of the armed group. The deep divisions between I'm sure this will have no relevance to the to what we're talking about. The deep division with the Israel stuff. The deep divisions between negotiating states were exacerbated when a vote was called in a provision, rather than following the usual route of consensus adoption. And this obvious lack of agreement substantially weakened the authority of the provision. And some argued the protocol as a whole. Well, over time, most states have adhered to the protocol. Some significant states that are not parties. These include India, Indonesia, Iran, Israel, Malaysia, Myanmar, Nepal, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Turkey, and the United States, many of which were experiencing separatist conflicts. In addition, a number of states have made reservations to various provisions of the protocol. Let's say, and despite objections from many states. Why do you call Burma Myanmar? I'm just reading it. Also, isn't Myanmar the colonial name? Or sorry, Burma the colonial name? Why would we still refer to it as that? Don't they call themselves Myanmar? I mean, well, there's a civil war, so the government that's still in power in some parts of it. It's not even analogous to the Turkey thing. It's because that's people like simplifying the name. This is literally what they call themselves. Isn't it? Like, isn't this their official name? Yeah, the official English form until 1980. I think didn't they themselves change it? Did I ever say Myanmar isn't the new name after shit went south? I don't know. Like, one, I'm literally just reading it. I'm going to call it whatever they call it because I'm reading. I'm not consciously, like, looking at their name and deciding what to call it. I'm just reading it. And two, like, that's just what they call themselves. Like, why are we... I don't know. This is such a dumb thing to get triggered about, bro. Darn signatories. It sounds like you're triggered. I don't know what to tell you. But every time I do, Israel's not independent. They get themselves. Why do you keep switching to Iceland? Why are you calling Myanmar Burma, or why are you calling Burma Myanmar? Other way around. Sounds like now you're getting triggered over. Dog, kill me. Kill me, dog. I mean, I think it would hold that Palestine isn't independent right now, but I don't know how we would ever. I don't know how we would ever get to Palestinian independence, considering I don't know if we would ever say Palestinians are going to be able to defend themselves from like Egypt or Syria or like any of these other like countries in the region, even without help from Iran. I'll kill you. When it's the activated PPG is banned on Twitch. I don't know when PPG if PPG wants to debate, he can DM me anytime. My DMs are I'm fine talking to PPG. Someone thinks Palestine is independent and not Israel. I've got someone to sell you from Mexico. Boss died. I don't think he can set it up again. But he doesn't have to set it. PPG can just DM me directly. I don't like he like what. You can just comment. He can comment my server. I will give him. I will. Well, I can't give him a streaming perms because he's banned on Twitch, and that would let him join whenever, including when I'm streaming on Twitch. But he can just join the like waiting room, and like we can just set up. Like yeah, I'll just move him if I'm not streaming on Twitch. True or false? Israel's survival specifically requires a dominance over the region. Insofar as Arab nations refuse to recognize Israel, yes, but. I think, like, well, I don't even know if I would say that anymore. Because in large part, I mean, maybe you can say Israel's achieved dominance over the region, but, like, a lot of Arab states had recognized Israel by now. I think Israel's military success was necessary for the Arab states to recognize Israel. Why are we still sharing the gay clip? And it's in survival without outside help. I don't believe, I don't know if I would, against who? I think Israel could survive against Hamas without help from the outside. I don't think Israel would fall to Hamas without help from the outside. Against anyone? Anyone? Like, what about Iceland? What do you mean? You don't like? Oh, you already said Israel wouldn't beat Iceland. I don't know. Not honest trans real. Israel didn't even have much help for most of the 6-Day War. The U.S. like provided intelligence, but I don't think the U.S. didn't even give Israel weapons during the 6-Day War, right? Let's say, $10 for putting a dress, and he'll suck your dick for a little. I never put a dollar number on the sucking dick or getting dick sucked. I only put a views number on it. I put like the 400,000 views number on it. And I never put a dollar amount. The dress dollar amount is $10. Okay, that does have a dollar amount. The sucking dick does not. Well, I mean it does. I just have never put a. Obviously, I would do it for enough money, but it's gonna be more than to put the dress on. Okay, I'll say that. I've not put much thought into that, so no one has ever asked for the number. Okay. But obviously, like 1 billion. Actually, you know what? If you $1 billion for sucking dick, I would go so far as to say maybe you even have a moral obligation to do that. Okay, considering how many shrimp you could save by donating that $1 billion to the shrimp foundation. Okay. Considering that you could save many lives with the $1 billion, or the utility maximizing billions of shrimp, you might even have a moral obligation to suck a dick for $1 billion. Not going to say that. How much is Iceland's GDP? Like 200 billion or something? 31 billion? That'd be a significant contribution to Iceland's GDP. Okay, I'll have that as its own thing, and then I'll say... Many states did object. Small R Rafa, smaller R reputation. What are you on about? To the protocol. On a basis, it... is vague and added political. Subjective concepts into IHL. Sunset bases. The law on a motives of armed groups. Wouldn't your party just want to destroy Chicago though? Like what? I am running for Chicago mayor. If I am elected, I will get rid of Chicago because I hate cities. I don't know how much luck you're gonna have with that one, buddy. Protocol does not apply automatically in war and national liberations. Application requires satisfaction not only to the criteria Article 1, Section 4, but also those in Article 96, Section 3 of the Protocol. This provides that the authority representing the relevant people, i.e. those fighting the war and national liberation, may submit a declaration to the Swiss government as a depository of the Protocol, undertaking to apply the Geneva Conventions and the Protocol 1 in their conflict. If such declaration is made, the authority making it immediately becomes a party to the conflict and subject to all rights and obligations of those treaties. When not expressly stated in Article Protocol 1, majority opinion is that although Article 96, Section 3 declaration is a prerequisite for the application of Additional Protocol 1, Section 4 conflict. Though Article 96, Section 3, national liberation movements have the, through it, have the right to choose whether or not to submit international humanitarian law insofar as it goes beyond customary law. Thus, if no declaration is made, the Geneva Conventions in Article Protocol 1 do not apply to the conflict. Sucking dick for $1 billion is only 0.0019% gay because you use fund to pay for 5,000 1-hour sessions for female escorts charging 200. Based. What if I take all the money and donate it to, what's it? There, I think this is a charity that exists actually that exists specifically to help, like trans black women. How much more gay can I make it? Is what I'm asking. Can I make it 1,000,000% gay? This protocol does not apply automatically. And requires that the group groups fighting for national, it can always get gay. Liberation. Submit a declaration to the government deposit as a depository to protocol undertaking to apply Geneva Conventions to the Protocol 1 in their conflict. And requires compliance with Article 96.3, which provides the group fighting for national liberation submit a declaration, blah, 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 blah. Majority opinion is that an Article 96, Section 3 declaration is a prerequisite for the application of additional protocol to an Article 1 conflict. Would you let a VR control fleshlight suck your dick while someone controls it from afar? I'm not principally opposed to that idea, I guess. It's like weird, but like if I if I had a long distance girlfriend and like she sent me a fleshlight and said, hey, use this and I'll stroke you from afar, then I don't think I would. I think I would do it, sure. What the fuck? I just got a... What is this notification I got? You didn't say GF? I'm just giving up a exam. I just got a fucking... This scared me, bro. Message from like a bot on Telegram. Why is this? How do I? I don't. This isn't an important. This is just a porn bot, right? I can just block them. I'm just gonna close it, and if they send me anything else, I'm just gonna block them. Why would I be in that localist? Good money on the waist right there. I only use Telegram for like war stuff. Like I think I'm in like 2 other like Israel groups or whatever. I think I used to be into some of the. I've used it to look at like Ukraine drone footage too. I only use it for like, you know, like content I can't get anywhere else. Like I'm not using it to chat with people. I'm just using it to like have an updated view of like warfare. Like I'm not like. I'm not explicit. The majority hold that. Article 96, Section 3 is prerequisite for the application to an article. Ukraine drone footage, like bosses. Yeah, like bosses last video. I heard that people. That there is a video where someone who looks like the boss is hit by a drone. I have not seen it, but I've heard. You can link it if you have it. I don't think I'll watch it on stream because I don't know if Twitch would like that. But I'd be curious to see it. I've heard people mention this video before, but yeah, like the drone footage. Like I mean, sometimes I see clips of it on Twitter, but like there are, you know, people like link to the Telegram stuff. Do I know? Yeah, I've heard multiple people mention this to me. There's a video in Ukraine of a drone where it looks like the boss was like hit by a drone. Is there evidence Russia's conscripting non-citizens? I haven't. Is the boss not a citizen of Russia? I thought he was a citizen of Russia. I don't know. Do you have it, PPGist? Voting and everything. Was the boss eligible for conscription? Is that a possibility? I don't know. I don't know. I thought he was a citizen of Russia. He is a Russian citizen, moved to Russia. Yeah, because he was born in like Cyprus. And then moved to Russia. Apparently, he is a Russian citizen. So I think he'd be eligible for conscription. I don't think he's that old, right? He's only like somewhere between 20 and 40. I can't really tell. Okay. National liberation movements have the right to choose whether or not to submit an international humanitarian law, insofar as it goes beyond customary law. Provides that. Thus, there's no declaration is made that the Geneva Convention and additional Protocol 1 do not apply to the conflict. But a further requirement is that the state against which the armed conflict is being waged must be a party to the protocol. If the state is not a party to the protocol, the declaration may possibly have the effect of a unilateral commitment by the National Liberation Movement to the obligations, conventions, and protocol, but have no effect on the state. Further requires that the state the armed conflict being waged against is a party to the protocol. Since all states in which are you? Oh, Alice Henry messaged me again. Are you there? This isn't. I don't think. I don't use Telegram for anything. I'm assuming this is just a. Where's the block button? Delete. There's a delete chat. How do I block her? Block user. Block. Alice is now blocked. Goodbye, Alice. Shame that could have been. I don't think it's a real girl. He was a Russian influencer and independent journalist who was doing an interview when bunking out with Ukrainians, and they shot him in the head twice in camera. Wait, who are we? We're not talking about the. Are we still talking about the boss? What? Since all states to which Article 1, Section 4 was originally likely to apply either did not become parties after the armed struggle was over, or are still not parties, the potential field of application is and remains narrow. Not surprisingly, therefore, few Article 96, Section 3 declarations have been made, and none have been accepted as effective by the depository. A rare example of a publicly documented declaration was made by the National Democratic Front of the Philippines in 1996. At the time, the Philippines was not a party to the protocol, and the declaration was not accepted by the depository. An added problem for the NDFP was that it is generally agreed Article 1, Section 4 doesn't apply to every kind of separatist or rebel or other rebel movement. The list of types in conflict Article 1, Section 4 is exhaustive and confined to those clearly in the minds of the negotiating states in 1977, those against colonial domination, alien occupation, and racist regimes. For all of these reasons, some writers dismiss Article 1, Section 4 as obsolete, but others note that its future application is by no means impossible. Colonies or non-sufficient governing territories still exist. An alien occupation or a racist regime might be established somewhere. Even in the present day, there are still conflicts that arguably fall into the scope of Article 1, Section 4. Table 3.1 is a simplified summary of the effects of Article 1, Section 4 according to whether or not the armed group is a national liberation movement as defined in Article 1, Section 4. The state is party to this in Protocol 1, and the movement has made a declaration under Article 96, Section 3. Okay, so I should be able to copy this and have it work, but I don't know. Let's go. Okay. In situations where the conventions and protocol do not apply to the conflict, the effect is that the conflict will not be subject to the customary and treaty laws governing the armed conflict. This is because the only through Articles 1, Section 4 and 93, Section 3, that wars and national liberation can be classified as international armed conflict. However, it does not mean that conflict is not governed by IHL. On the contrary, the conflict is likely to be classified as a non-international armed conflict and be subject to the growing body of both treaty and customary law applicable to such conflicts. This is described in the next section. Will not be subject to customary and treaty laws governing customary. Okay, never mind. I was just confused because it said customary laws, but customary laws can apply to both. Okay, but why is there so much in non-international? I thought they said there's not much in non-international conflicts. Okay, we'll pick this up later today. I've got places to be. AKA a walk to go on. I'm going to make dinner. I'm probably going to watch something. And I'll start streaming and read again. Okay, well, head over to Hutch. Ugh, I lose my stamina. I didn't stream for like 3 days, okay? And every time I lose my stamina. I get tired after just a little bit of streaming. Okay. Ugh. But I appreciate you guys. I will see you guys later today because I do need to actually read this shit. But alright. I love stream. Love you guys watching stream. Follow if you haven't. Hutch will raid you if you suck his dick. I would suck Hutch's dick for a raid. Anyway. Okay. Go.